Okay, we're going live now.
Okay. Are we, let's see, I got 1 minute before 5, so I guess we still got a minute or two, correct?
Correct.
Can you all just say, where were those minutes located? Harry had asked me where those minutes are. I think it was in the last email package, or,
It's in your Dropbox under minutes, Charlie.
Yes.
okay, well, Harry had asked me that as well, so I just wanted
Jeremy, if you can make me host again. Appreciate it.
Mr. Morgan, Chloe, we ready?
Not quite yet, Charlie. You wanna get, okay, I'm back to being host, so let me
You let me know
make
when, we'll
Philip's
get started.
recording. Okay, you can go ahead, Charlie.
Okay. I'd like to welcome everyone to this City of Charleston, June 17th Planning Commission meeting. I'd like to start off the meeting with a virtual moment of silence in honor of the tragedy and the loss of the folks from the Emmanuel AME Church, as well as the firemen that perished at the Sofa Superstore. We should never forget these people or their acts. So we're going to have a moment of silence now if we can. Thank you all for that. So everyone knows the Planning Commission members are appointed by the City of Charleston. We're volunteers, and I know I join everyone in thanking them for their service. I'm going to recognize the Planning Commission members at this time. My name is Charlie Carish. I'm the chairman. I'm joined by the co-chairman, Mr. Harry Lassane, Mr. Jimmy Bailey, Ms. Erica Harrison, Dr. Eddie Irons, Ms. Donna Jacobs, Ms. Angie Johnson, Ms. Sunday Lempesis, and Mr. Sean Flug. I appreciate everyone's work. We're going to run through the procedure of the meeting. We come up, I'll announce the item on the agenda, and I'll read it into the record. At that time, we'll ask Mr. Morgan or someone from staff to address the item on the agenda and go through it. After that, we'll hear from the applicant. At that point, we'll hear from anyone or any comments that Mr. Morgan has, the city has, anyone in favor of the application. After that, we'll hear from anyone else who is opposed to the application or wants to comment on the application. At that time, we'll then hear back from the applicant who can address any concerns that were brought up or have some final comments. After that, we'll close the public hearing of the meeting, and we'll then hear from commission members and entertain any motions, have discussion, et cetera. With that being said, Mr. Morgan, are there any deferrals that we need to know of? I know I've got an agenda here. Anything else we need updates on the agenda?
No, Mr. Chairman, everything is moving forward today.
Okay. The first item on the agenda is approval of minutes. I hope that everyone, I know we've had some, if we want, we can do this. Maybe it'd be better if we do this at the end of the meeting, since some people hadn't had a chance to totally review them. So why don't we take this up at the end of the meeting, if that's okay with everyone? So the first item on the agenda then will be rezonings. Number 1, 295 Calhoun Street, Halston Village, Peninsula, TMS 45702-02001, approximately 2.1 acres, request rezoning from Height District 8530, classification to Height District 7 stories classification. Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just real quickly, I'm going to introduce virtually members who are going to be participating today. My name is... I
apologize. If you would introduce your staff as well, and I'm sorry I excluded that.
No problem. I'm Christopher Morgan. I'm planning manager here at the City of Charleston. I'll be reading off a lot of these items and giving a lot of the staff recommendations. Lee Batcheller, our zoning administrator, will be participating. Anna Harp, our senior zoning planner, will be participating. Chloe Stuber has put all this together, and a special tip of the hat to Chloe, because it's been a Herculean task over the last 24 hours to get all the materials together and comments together, because we've had quite a few comments. Marcia Grant is our clerk, and Philip Overcash is also our senior planner here. He is here helping with technical issues. And then Jacob Lindsay from our Director of Planning, Preservation, and Sustainability will also be making some comments and presenting some cases today. The virtual meeting protocol, I think the chairman mentioned just a little bit about that, but essentially the staff will control the PowerPoint slides. Everyone is required to give their name first whenever speaking. That way, even if your image is not being shown at the moment, we can know who's speaking. Video and microphone have been disabled for all attendees. The public will only be giving the capability to speak when they're called on during the public comment period. Applicants will be promoted to panelists during the duration of their item, giving them temporary access to the microphone and video. Chat and Q&A functions have been disabled. These meetings are being recorded. The chairman has already talked about the order of the meeting, so we're going to move on from there. And the commission members will be seen both on video and heard when speaking. Commissioners will be polled by the chairman for comments on their votes or for their votes. Commissioners that need to recuse themselves from voting will be temporarily removed from the meeting and readmitted prior to addressing the next agenda item. There might be an executive session tonight, and for that, the commission will go into a separate conference line, and all video and audio and Zoom will be temporarily turned off until they're ready to return to the regular meeting. Public comment for today's meeting, and we've already mentioned about this. So we're going to move on from that and on to the first item that the chairman has announced, in 295 Calhoun Street in Charleston Village. This is a request to change the height on the site from the current 85-30 height district to the new height by stories district, and a request to go up to 7 stories on the site. The owner and the applicant of this property is the Medical University of South Carolina. We'll move on to some other images to give you some background on this. And actually on this first image, I'm sorry, I'm jumping ahead of myself, but just to orient everyone, I don't know if you can see my cursor here. Can you all see my cursor? Is that yes? Okay. So the site is here in the middle. This is Calhoun Street running through the medical district. Roper Hospital is directly across the street. The new MUSC Sean Jenkins Hospital is right here. Alberta Long Lake is to the south. There is a new Roper Hospital surface parking lot to the west, and to the east is another surface parking lot, some medical offices, and then housing as you proceed back into the Charleston Village neighborhood. In our Century 5 city plan, this is a site that is in our urban core, and that is where we recommend for the densest, most intense uses in the city. So it obviously is something that's a little bit more than just a 2 or 3 story height district. Here are some aerial images. These 2 buildings to the west have been demolished for the surface parking lot. The new Sean Jenkins Hospital is now complete here and open. Roper is right here. Surface parking lot is here, other medical office and residential is here, and of course the lake is to the south. Here is a view from the east, and again you see the site. You can see a little bit further down Halsey Boulevard. That's a new planned unit development that's been developed in here for residential purposes. The Ashley House condominiums are in this location, and of course Roper Hospital over here. And here we see again Roper Hospital to the north, and the other surrounding uses. This is an image that shows the new Sean Jenkins Hospital and the Roper Hospital on the other side of 295 Calhoun. This is Courtney Drive heading north. This is looking on Halsey Boulevard headed north towards the Roper Hospital building. This, I believe, is a medical office building across the street on Halsey. And here we are looking down Calhoun to the east. The subject property is where this building is at present. You can see the Roper Hospital parking lot under construction there. The staff's recommendation is for approval because this is in the urban core. We also feel that with the Roper facility across the way, that this would be a balanced height in this gateway area of Charleston. We also feel that there are some other more significant heights nearby, and I'm going to go back to some other slides, such as the Sean Jenkins Hospital here that comes in at about 11, 12 stories. Also the Ashley House that comes in at 12, 13 stories. There's another image from the applicant that shows some of these as well. So we felt like this was an appropriate location for this increase in height. We're also do applaud the fact that the applicant is asking for height by stories, because we did want to convert a lot of these newer structures to height by stories as opposed to just pure number of feet. We are going to move forward and let the applicant make some comments. And I will pull up, once the applicant starts their discussion, their slide that they have provided to us.
Christopher, can you hear me?
Yes, Jason.
Okay. Hey, Christopher. Thank you for the presentation, and members of Planning Commission. Thank you for hearing this matter tonight. As was alluded to, we went through the rezoning. I'm Jason Long with Southeastern. Speaking on behalf of MUSC, we have the property under contract and intend to close in the next couple of weeks. And we went through a rezoning for MU1 zoning, which is the current zoning, with 85 feet. The goal here is not to increase the density, but rather create a much higher quality project. We want to have higher ceiling height in the project, and that create more value, that it's a nicer place to live, and just a nicer overall project. So that's the goal number one, and of why we're here tonight. We have met on several occasions with the Charleston Village HOA. First, a few times regarding the initial rezoning of MU1, and most recently we presented the plan, some other elevations that I don't know if Christopher can show to everybody, but so that was presented to the HOA. One thing that did come up during that meeting, this is the image, was traffic and access. And after that, following, we heard the comments, and we reached out to DOT, and Michael Baker International is their engineer, who is planning the improvements to Calhoun Street currently, and asked about access. And we were told by DOT and Michael Baker that they would not allow our access to be on Calhoun, but rather it would need to be off of Halsey Boulevard. So I wanted to provide that context, and that was from, again, DOT and Michael Baker International, their engineer. And also, just to further that point, our target market, we believe, will be largely walking to work. So we don't think that there'll be a peak hour. It will not be the full project leaving at peak hour, as many folks, and that's the reason that we, quite frankly, like the site, that many people will walk to work. So just a side note there. And lastly, the plan here that's shown is shown what could be built with merit. We intend this to be a Class A, first class project, and this is just to show the scale. And with that, just looking at the surrounding buildings, that the Ashley House, which is just on the other corner of Long Lake, there is 138 feet in height, and then just behind the site, the new MUSC Children's Hospital is 206 feet. I really think so. We're at 85 feet now. We really think this will add. Our intention is probably about 10 to 15 feet in height overall. And looking ground up, I know I'm not good enough to tell you what's 10 and 15 feet when I'm standing on the ground when something's 80 feet in the air. So I think from the eye, it won't make a very large impact, but it is very impactful when you're inside these units and how they live and how they will perform. And again, just makes it a nicer overall project with greater value. So with that, I'll be quiet, and thank you again for hearing this matter.
Christopher, do we have other comments, positive or other comments that we should hear at this point?
We do.
Charlie, yes. Charlie, no one has signed up to speak in favor. We do have one person signed up to speak in opposition, so I'm going to call on them now.
Okay.
Okay. Passion, you should be able to unmute yourself now and speak.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Cashin Drolet with Historic Charleston Foundation, 40 East Bay Street. Good evening, commissioners. HCF has reviewed the rezoning request for 295 Calhoun Street from Height District 8530 to Height District 7. HCF applauds the applicant for requesting a rezoning in stories rather than feet. We believe this will have a positive outcome for the building design and architecture. However, after careful study of the surrounding areas of the property to the east and the small scale development taking place to the south along Halsey Boulevard, we believe that Height District 6 is more appropriate for this property. Thus, we respectfully request the Planning Commission deny the application for Height District 7. We believe development of this parcel will set a precedent for development of the southwestern portion of Calhoun Street, and that precedent, we additionally.
You're fading out.
Property.
We
Passion,
couldn't
you're
hear-
breaking up. If you could repeat the last sentence.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I'm actually standing in one of our historic properties and I'm in the basement. And so it's either Wi-Fi or cell phone signal. Pick one. They don't coincide. But we support the Charleston Village Association's request that the property be split into 2 height districts, with the taller height portion, Height District 6, along the Calhoun frontage to a depth of 125 feet. And then the shorter height portion, Height District 4, to the rear facing the neighborhood in Long Lake.
Okay. Thank you. And we have, I think we have that in our package, your statement, as well as I think we have a, Chloe, correct me if I'm wrong, a letter from Charleston Village Association.
Yeah, there are 3 written comments that were submitted, and so Christopher will read them into the record.
Yes.
Great.
That's okay.
Okay, so, and I'm going to go back just so we're on the rezoning slide, just for ease of identifying some things too. So there we go. Okay, so the first comment is from John Bleeker at 80 Halsey Boulevard. His comment is that NUSC is not the applicant. Developer has contract but does not have legal title to the property. Hopefully he will abandon project if the additional height is denied. This workforce housing apartment building is unfortunate since it blocks view from Roper Hospital to Long Lake. MUSC should be ashamed for adding this tower in front of Roper Hospital while Roper developed a landscape parking park in front of MUSC. Number 39, I'm not sure what that is. New Children's Hospital. This building is a mistake. It would be the tallest structure on the south side of Calhoun Street between the James Island Bridge and East Bay Street. In addition, traffic on Halsey during the afternoon school pickup time at Mason Prep School backs traffic around the corner to Calhoun. Also, the evening go home. James Island traffic often use Halsey as a shortcut to James Island Bridge. Limiting the traffic with a smaller building should create less traffic volume. Please deny this application for the sake of residents living in Halsey Park, for the many single-family homeowners living south of Calhoun. Then we've got the letter from the Charleston Village Association, which I will turn to now. Chloe, do they have copies of the letter, or I mean, I'm still going to read it.
Yes, all commissioners have copies of every comment that was submitted either via email or in the Innovate form, and so does our clerk.
Okay. This says, Dear Planning Commission, the Charleston Village Association is concerned with the application for a height change at 295 Calhoun Street from the existing 8530 district to the Height District 7. Although there are compelling reasons that the new height districts based on stories rather than feet may result in more desirable architecture for the city, we are concerned that a much taller building at this site could be achieved than the existed allowed height of 85 feet, depending on use or ownership. Although the proposed use is apartments, the owner or use for the site could potentially change in the future, which could result in even taller structures. Based on this site being located south of Calhoun Street, which has a different and much smaller scale than north of Calhoun, the location of nearby residential on Halsey, Berry, and Bennett Streets, nearby historic buildings, and the properties rear facing Alberta along Lake, we would propose that the commission consider splitting the Height District along Height District 7 on the Calhoun frontage for a depth of 125 feet, and the remaining rear of the property be rezoned Height District 4. 125 feet would be similar to the depths of other Calhoun Street properties east of this, which is more typical of the neighborhood. I'm just going to pause here for a second to show what I think they're talking about is that next door to the east, you see a Height District of 4, and you see how there's a break line, and then you go into the Height District of 3. So 3 back there. And then here you have Height District 5, and again, going to Height District 3. So this is about 125 feet in depth. And so what I think they're proposing is that the taller height not go further back than this. That seems to be the discussion. This would allow proposed development to step down to be more sympathetic to the neighborhood, more sympathetic to the neighboring commercial, institutional, and residential properties in Charleston Village, and would create a more attractive building as well. The Charleston Village Association feels our proposal will be most appropriate for the site and urge your consideration supporting the neighborhood's concerns. Thank you. And then we have the position statement from Cashin from Historic Charleston. Chloe, are we reading that, or are we, since Cashin has already spoken, are we?
Why don't we at least say that we have that in writing? Not only did we hear from the Historic Charleston, we also have a letter from them in opposition, I guess, to the request. Would that be accurate?
What the letter does say is that they would support the idea of 2 height districts, a taller Height District 6 along Calhoun to 125 feet, and shorter Height District 4 to the rear facing the neighborhood along Lake.
Great. Okay. Chloe and Mr. Moore, any other comments from anyone else? Do we have?
There should have been 3 total.
Okay, and I
Is
think
there a third one?
Yeah,
I think Christopher Red and Mr. Bleeker. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. If there's no others, can we hear back from the applicant? Would he like to respond to this?
Yes,
Comment?
please. Yes, please. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Great. Thank you. We were aware of the letter, and again, we've met with Charleston Village several times, and they fully supported the rezoning to the 85 feet in the MU1, and we are not seeking a greater number of units and density. We simply wanted to make a nicer project, as I think was mentioned in the letter. It'd be a more attractive project architecturally, and we strongly believe that as well. The comment about splitting, we were aware of that, and we looked at that, considered that with our architects, but it just does not give us the amount of units by dropping it to 4 stories on the second 125 feet of the property to make it financially feasible. It cuts the amount of units out, a large amount of units out, and it just renders the project not feasible from a financial standpoint. So again, we're not looking to increase density. We're just looking to make nicer units. We don't intend to change use and make it much higher than 10 to 15 feet. And I believe Historic Charleston also said architecturally it would be better going to height in stories, but the District 7 is again what we need to make the project work.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Long. That's going to close the public aspect of this. We'll now have comments, questions from commission members, motions. Chloe, if you'll help me, if anybody, as they want to be recognized, I'd appreciate it.
We have Sunday and Donna.
Okay, Ms. Jacobs, can we hear from you first?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Didn't hear anything about the number of workforce housing units that will be constructed in this if it's given what it's needed. If we could get an answer on that, please.
Chris, do we have anybody from staff or can tell us anything on that? Do you know?
Yeah, it will have to meet the number of workforce housing units that are specified in the ordinance for the, it's based on the density of the units. I believe it is 15, 20%. I need to look that up. But there is, you know, that is dictated by how many total units are in there and its percentage.
Okay, so that would be mandated. Ms. Jacobs, you had a follow-up?
No, thank you. I just 15%. You don't need to go look anything up, Christopher. Thank you for the answer.
Okay. Ms. Lampasas, did you have a comment?
Yes, I just, following staff's recommendation, I would like to move for approval unless anybody else has any comments.
Okay, well, we can take a motion for approval and still take comments. There's a motion by Ms. Lampasas. Any other comments? Second, Ms. Johnson?
I'll second.
Harry
Second.
would like to, Mr. Lassane would like to speak. Charlie.
Okay, so Ms. Johnson seconds the motion, but Mr. Lassane?
Yeah, I was just going to ask, Christopher, if we approve this height district 7 stories, is if I remember, our BAR ordinance allows merit-based increases.
That's correct.
What's the maximum number of stories that could go here? Is 7 the max?
It could be an extra story with merit given by BAR.
Okay. Okay. That was my question. Thanks.
And I do want to correct myself. It is 20% workforce housing, not 15, 20% workforce housing units.
Great, thank you, Mr. Moore. Was anyone else wanted to comment? If not, we have a motion by Ms. Lampasas and a second by Ms. Johnson. I guess there's no other comments. I'm gonna call the roll and ask everyone to vote. Mr. Lassane?
Aye.
Mr. Bailey?
Aye.
Ms. Harrison? Ms. Harrison with us?
Yes,
I don't hear.
aye.
All right, okay. Dr. Irons? Dr. Irons? Are you,
Aye in favor.
okay, great, thank you. Ms. Jacobs?
Aye, in favor.
Okay. Ms. Johnson, you seconded the motion, but I'm gonna call your name anyway.
I in favor.
Ms. Lampasas?
Aye in favor.
Mr. Flug?
I'm in favor.
And I will vote in favor of the application as well. So I think that's a unanimous vote, I believe, Mr. Morgan.
All right, yes, that is.
Okay, great. Item number 2, under rezonings, is 1144 Folly Road.
Chairman,
Corner, James Island, TMS. Say it again?
It faded out. You faded out.
Okay.
For a minute.
I'll read it again. Item number 2, how's that, Chris? Okay?
Much better.
Okay, item number 2 is 1144 Folly Road, McCall's Corner, James Island, TMS number 425-130031, approximately 0.38 acres, request rezoning single-family residential to residential office and Folly Road overlay. Mr. Morgan.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this is a fairly straightforward request. This is a property that was annexed into the city a number of years ago with an office already functioning in the property. And the owner was essentially grandfathered in with a residential office and insurance firm in the site, and now is seeking to have permanently the residential office applied to it. The surrounding area, if you'll look, I hope my cursor is showing up. This is Folly Road running north and south. Shandon Street is to the north immediately, and it is where it leads back into a neighborhood to the rear that's all residential. But there are other properties along Folly that have commercial designations. Across the street is limited business with small strip shopping centers. There's some other offices along this stretch of Folly Road as well with the residential office designation. And of course, everything that's in the city in this area that is commercially zoned would be subject to the Folly Road overlay as well. I'll show a few pictures here. Of course, this is in our Century 5 plan. It's in our highway designation, as most of Folly Road is, so RO would be compliant with that. Here is an aerial image of the house that is on the site that has been used as a business in the past. And then you see some of the surrounding houses and other parcels that have office designations, the retail facility that is across the street as well. Here's a street view of the subject property. You can see that there's a sign out in front for the insurance agency that was in the house, and the surrounding character. It has maintained its residential character despite being used as a business. Here you see Folly Road. Again, the subject property is over here, the nationwide sign, and then you see some other businesses further down Folly, and then the retail on the other side of Folly Road. And one more image here, which is Folly Road further to the south, I believe. And our staff recommendation is for approval on this. We felt it was very appropriate given the plans designation of the area and the fact that it had been an office in the past, and the RO helps it keep the residential character that we're trying to promote along this area of Folly Road.
Do we have the applicant with us, Mr. Morgan?
Yes, we do. Mr. Owens, there are 3 of you signed in. I just want to make sure I promote the right person to panelists. Can you raise your hand if you're on your phone? You do that by *9. You could use the raise hand function to let me know which one of you to promote. Okay, this is just going to repeat. Mr. Jim Owens, like to promote you to panelists so that you can present this application. There are 3 of you, however, listed as an attendee. So if you could raise your hand, use the raise hand function to indicate which one of you. Okay, in that case, I'm going to promote all 3 Jim Owens. I want to make sure.
If we can hear from them, that'd be wonderful.
Okay. So okay, so Jim, you should have the ability to unmute yourself. I'm not hearing from Jim. Okay. The owner is also in the attendee, so I'm going to unmute her. Ms. Woodsflowers, you should be able to speak.
Hey there. Yeah, I think I'm unmuted. How are you?
Good, how are you? Very good.
Hear me?
Go ahead, please, if you would.
I'm getting a lot of feedback. Yes.
We heard from Cheryl Wood. We can hear her. Does she want to speak?
Okay. You could, Mr. Owens, try speaking again. I've removed your duplicates. I think you might have had several meeting windows open.
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, let's go.
sorry about the confusion. My name is Jim Owens and I'm a representative for the applicant at 1144 Folly Road. I want to thank you in advance for hearing our request and hope that you'll agree that residential office and Folly Road overlay on the property is the proper zoning for this parcel. Although the property is currently zoned R1, it's been operating for 2 decades as a commercial designation from its business licenses to its tax assessment. The city has issued permits for this property over the years, which gives the appearance as already being treated as a grandfathered use. We're hopeful that the city will recommend approval of this request and rezone the parcel to a residential office and Folly Road overlay designation, given its existing use. I'd like to thank the planning staff who has helped guide us since March through this difficult circumstance that we're currently living under. And again, thank you for your review of our application and consideration in hearing our request. I'm happy to stand by and answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Owens. Chloe, has anybody else signed up to speak on this? Any other applicants or anybody speaking in favor or against this application?
Christopher, if you could read the one written comment we have in favor.
I will. Susan Milliken has sent us a comment on this. She says that she supports this rezoning to RO as it is in keeping with the other properties in the section of Folly Road.
Okay, and then we have Councilmember Jackson signed up to speak. Councilmember Jackson, you are unmuted.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I'll be very brief. I do support this rezoning for all the reasons stated by Mr. Morgan and the applicant. In addition, we did just begin to work with the property owner next door, who also has the residential office zoning. So these two properties will be contiguous and in like capacity. So I would strongly urge you to say yes.
Great. And there's no one else signed up to speak on this?
Nobody else.
Okay. Mr. Owens, the applicant, I'm assuming since nobody's against the application, you're okay with us proceeding? We'll go ahead and close the public comment. I wouldn't think he'd have anything to say. Nobody was against the application. We'll close the public aspect of this. Questions, comments, motions of commission members?
Now we have Mr. Lassane and Mr. Bailey have their hands raised.
Okay, Mr. Bailey? Mr. Bailey, go ahead whenever you're ready.
I'm sorry about that. I move for approval of the request.
Great, thank you, Mr. Bailey. Any other comments, Mr. Lassane?
I will second that motion.
Great, there's a motion and a second. Any other comments? If not, I'll call for, any other comments? If not, we'll call for the question. I'll read the roll. Mr. Bailey?
Aye in favor.
Ms. Harrison?
I in favor.
Dr. Irons?
Aye in favor.
Ms. Jacobs?
I in favor.
Ms. Johnson?
Aye, in favor.
Ms. Lemphasis? Ms. Lemphasis?
I in favor.
Great. Mr. Flug?
Aye in favor.
And I'm in favor as well, so that is a unanimous vote on rezoning number 2.
Mr. Chairman.
We'll move on to rezoning number 3, which is Maybank.
Charlie,
I'm sorry.
the applicant is requesting to speak.
Oh, go ahead. Mr. Owens, you want to speak?
No, I just wanted to thank you as the chairman and members of the commission for this review. I think this is going to serve us all well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your time. Item number 3 is Maybank Highway, Johns Island, TMS number 313-00000. I hope I got enough zeros. 43-031-306-307-034-035, approximately 22.37 acres. Request rezoning from single-family residential, general business, and Maybank Highway Corridor Overlay District in Charleston County to planned unit development, South Station. Mr. Morgan?
Okay. So this is a property that involves several parcels that are not currently in the city. but whose annexation is pending. These parcels are shown in white. This parcel here on the eastern side of the property, and then two narrow parcels on the western side of the property. Then it also incorporates a parcel that is zoned general business in the city here, an SR6, which is medium density, single family in this location here, and then to the rear an SR6 as well. Just to orient you all to the surrounding area, Maybank is of course here running east and west. The builder's first source facility and surrounding shops is in this location here. The new Crown Maybank and Maybank, I guess it's Live Oak Village, something like that, I think is the name, is over here to the east. Walter Drive is here to the west. Meeks Farm Road and its kind of business park setup is directly across the street. And then you've got existing residential lots to the west and Trophy Lakes facilities to the east here as well. I'm going to go and show you some pictures here as well. And you all have the PUD document in front of you. In our comprehensive plan, this is showing as Urban and Neighborhood Center. And there are 3 centers as shown in the Johns Island plan. I'll show you an image for that in just a minute, but you see those. So it's well within those 3 kind of mixed use centers on Johns Island. Here is an image from the Johns Island plan. Again, the property is located right here. And in the concept behind these centers is that they would be very walkable. It would be less than a 5-minute walk from this mixed use facility to the Live Oak Village that's over here on Maybank and to nearby housing. So it's almost a walkable district in this area. The property here involves multiple parcels, and you see this one would be annexed, this one would be annexed, and the one to the north would be annexed, and the other one's already in. The property to the rear is already somewhat cleared. There are some grand trees on the property as well. I'm going to go through some of the slides from the PUD itself now. One of the key things about this PUD is that it would not have residential component. And I should probably back up and point out how right now there is a good bit of residential that is allowed on the property. And we hear a lot of times from folks on Johns Island that they're concerned about how much residential is coming, yet they want more services and things like that. Well, this is a PUD that I think will achieve that because all the residential densities that would be in this site are going to go away, and it would instead become mixed use, office, commercial, things like that. So very much in line with what Johns Islanders have been talking about. Here you see the different districts that would be within this PUD, a business park district in this location here, a recreational business district in this location here that would involve some boat storage and some office space, and then the small industrial district that would also allow for a event space and a brewery and other uses such as that in the rear. I am going to move on to the next image here that shows the open space on the site that is meeting all our requirements for open space within the PUD, the 20% open space. There are a lot of water bodies in the area that would be part of this, but they would be attractively designed to be an amenity to this while also handling stormwater detention. Then we've got another image here from the PUD that shows drainage in the area. Again, these are stormwater facilities that would be incorporated. I think another interesting and very important part of this development is the connector road that would run east and west here. And this is in line with our Johns Island plan that there would be a system of roads that would help parallel Maybank Highway and allow for more neighborhood and connected trips between parcels so that folks could go between parcels without having to make all their trips out on Maybank Highway. That will help preserve the capacity of Maybank Highway as we move forward with further development along it. So staff's recommendation on this is for approval. You've seen the TRC documents that are in your package that show the various levels of the TRC review that have been achieved. And we feel comfortable with this, and the applicants have worked for a long time with the city, at least over the last 6 or 9 months. So we feel like they are really working to achieve things that are called for in our area plans.
Mr. Morgan, I had one quick question. Normally, when we get property that's being annexed in, you correct me if I'm wrong, usually we hear it under zonings.
Yes, sir.
As we're just zoning the property in versus coming in as a rezoning. Can you just clarify that?
And we have these listed in the zoning section of the agenda, but for simplicity, we thought you could handle all of both the rezoning and the zoning in one discussion set and just have a motion to cover both of those items, the rezoning and the zoning of the newly annexed properties, or to be annexed.
Great. And do we have the applicant here or applicants here to speak?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. You go ahead. Identify yourself and go ahead.
Hi, my name is Andrew Todd Burke, and I'm a landscape architect with HLA, and we are representing the clients here for this project. Thank you, Christopher, for the introduction, and thank you, commission members, for hearing our application tonight. So I wanted to just touch on a few additional things about this PUD. Once again, no residential units will be allowed as part of this rezoning. And we have 3 different types of districts that we are going to have in this PUD. One would be the business park district, which is going to be more of a general commercial area for offices and retail use. There's an existing law office in the recreational business district that will continue to operate, as well as some dry boat storage as well that will continue to operate in that area. And then in the back, the small industrial district is planned to move Low Tide Brewery there, and also have areas for community event space, perhaps community gardens or farmers markets, to really draw in people there and be a boon to the community. I also wanted to touch on the fact that we are not only, as Christopher mentioned, consistent with the comprehensive plan and the Century 5 plan, as well as the Johns Island Community Plan, but also the Dutch Dialogues. And per the Dutch Dialogues report, we are in the community zone, I believe it is called. We're above elevation 15, which promotes residential to urban density. And we also are in the front there, in that green portion, right in the front, you can see that we have a buffer there, and that's consistent with the proposed Maybank Highway Overlay District that's being worked on with the city and the county, which will include a wide multi-use path as well as street trees along Maybank Highway there. Just to reiterate once again, we are also creating the interconnectivity by adding that parallel road. And I think this is a great opportunity because we were able to combine several parcels together and add that length of road in there, which, you know, as the city knows, and I'm sure you're well aware, it can be tough when you have to piecemeal. So this is a good section that can get built all at once. Christopher mentioned some grand trees. There are about 70 grand trees on the site. In our current plans right now, we're only calling to remove 3 of them. We have not gone through BZA, and they're in poor condition, the 3 that are proposed to be removed. The other thing about stormwater is that we have worked hard to resolve all issues with TRC members prior to this meeting. We worked with the stormwater department. And our PUD promotes the use of LID and green infrastructure practices. And as we go further in development, we hope to see them come here as well. And I just want to say thank you again. And if you have any questions, I am here to answer them.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Morgan, Chloe, do we have anyone that wants to speak in favor or concerns about this application?
There are no comments submitted for this and no one signed up to speak, but Ms. Jacobs' hand is raised.
Okay. Ms. Jacobs, you go ahead. Oh, let me do this. Did you have a question, the application? Otherwise, I'll close out the public aspect of this.
My questions are for the city. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Close out the public aspect of this, and we'll go to commission members. Ms. Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to, have a few clarity points here. First of all, I was excited about this sort of what I might call the back frontage road, this connecting road. Is there a timeline for which their section is going to connect with other sections of the road, Christopher? Is there any?
That would depend on development on adjoining parcels. I'm going to go to an image here. Right now, we've got where the road would be, which is essentially right here. Here's this lake on the property or adjoining property. So the road would be roughly in here, weaving between these ponds. And right now, there is not another development here or to the south. However, I'll let Andrew talk a little bit about, what their timing would be in reference to phasing and construction of that road within their own property.
That's not necessarily important. I just wondered if there was other things coming in line to where the road itself would be highly functional except within their own property. So
further down Maybank, we do have some places that, I don't know if I don't think our aerial goes that far down, but in this area on Maybank, we've already got a road that's been built here, this Reva Ridge Road. And basically that would one day continue connect with Hollydale, continue behind this lake and in front of this one where the proposed road is here, and continue on here. And the idea with these connector roads is that one day, as traffic increases along Maybank and as development occurs on more parcels, if there's a gap, it could be that local government would come in and build the small gaps to make those roads connect. We are working on a municipal improvement district for Johns Island that could put some money towards that. And hopefully later this year that would be adopted, and that would include some money that could include connections of roadways along Maybank.
Okay, thank you. I applaud them for that consideration because Maybank is not going to be able to hold the traffic volume as things develop out there. Then this might have been part of everything, but there was a lot to review. Did Traffic and Transportation review this and have any comments about street design, parking, or intersection? Because I had a bit of a concern about the intersection when they build with Meeks Farm. They're going to build a road that sort of is a cross intersection there. And then the proposal is to put a lot of the buildings right up to the road front. And I know when they built further down, some shops and a condominium and some apartments in the back, they had what I would call an acceleration deceleration lane to accommodate like movement into the area. Since this will be kind of a commercial area, I just wondered if that's being considered at all, that intersection there and the impact on Maybank Highway of ingress and egress into this site.
I think it'd be good for the applicant to respond on that if possible.
Okay, thank you.
Chloe, can Andrew be unmuted?
Yes, he can unmute himself. There he goes.
There we go.
Hey, yes. So yes, Donna, we've been in contact with both Traffic and Transportation and SCDOT for this, and part of the improvements to have that entrance be allowed where it is a right-hand turn lane, which will need to be installed. So like you said, a decel lane and a right-hand turn lane coming south on Maybank Highway.
Okay, thank you for that. I just didn't want to see a lot of people backing up to try to get in and out of your site. So I appreciate that.
Great.
On page 21 of the PUD, they talked about drainage and stormwater management, and they referenced the Dutch dialogues, and I really applaud the applicant for keeping the Dutch dialogue foremost in everything. Although I felt the language in the PUD was a little vague because there are a lot of like our trees to offset water project that Charleston was involved with, and water smart park discussions and stuff like that. If it's possible, I'd like to see stronger language in the PUD where things will be more progressively used as modern stormwater management and not just a vague reference to these sorts of things. On page 23, we talked about design review board of the properties that front on Maybank Highway. I have a question because I was just on a design review board call the other night when they reviewed the properties for Old Town Creek County Park, and they were reviewing properties very internal to the park. And I asked the question why, and it was because any building, any property that fronts it, all the buildings within the property get reviewed. So I'm not sure why all the properties here aren't being reviewed by Design Review Board. I'm not sure who could ask that question or answer that question for me. Because all the properties within Old Town Creek County Park had to be looked at by Design Review Board.
Right.
Chris, I would think that'd be a city question.
Yes.
Can you answer that?
Yeah. And so here you've got a situation where a lot of these are not going to be seen from the street, which was the original intent of the DRB. I can't speak to the Old Town County Park other than the fact that it's all one parcel. But I do believe here there may be different parcels. Isn't that true, Andrew? And so once there are parcels that don't front on Maybank, of course, those would not be subject to the review. There are new internal city right-of-ways that parcels would come off of. And I think that's part of the reason that the design review would not cover the entire property there.
Okay, I just wanted that clarification. Thank you very much. So my big, other than just the comments I made for clarification, I'm very much in support of this PUD, but I would like to see a little bit stronger language with regard to how stormwater and drainage is managed creatively, written into it, so that because the PUD is a rezoning and we're bound by it, that we begin to look at those kinds of details moving forward. Other than that, I would move for approval of the PUD with that consideration being made about stormwater.
Thank you, Ms. Jacobs. There's a motion by Ms. Jacobs. Other questions, comments, seconds by commission members?
Mr. Lassane is raising his hand.
Mr. Lassane, as always, thank you. You go ahead.
Yeah, I'll second Ms. Jacobs' motion.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Lassane. Any other comments, questions? Don, I appreciate you looking at that so closely, and I think you're right. The stronger the language can be, the better. If we approve it and request, hopefully that'll get done that way. So I appreciate that.
Mr. Bailey is raising his hand.
Yes, sir. Mr. Bailey, you go ahead.
I just wanted to echo the comments about, well, I appreciate the fact that Christopher referenced the importance of the Johns Island Community Plan, and that the applicant talked so much about the importance of the Dutch dialogues, and that Ms. Jacobs, I think, appropriately pointed out the importance of that secondary connection between neighborhoods. I mean, I think if you look at if there are places where there have been slip-ups along this corridor, it's been areas where that connectivity doesn't exist. So I support this and will vote for it, but I did want to add those comments that I think they're very important.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Any other comments, commission members? I'd like to clarify, Ms. Jacobs, is your motion, Mr. Lassane second, because it said we could take these together since it's a rezoning and a zoning. Mr. Morgan, correct me if I'm wrong. I think we could take those both together if we also read that zoning number 8 is part of this motion as well to approve that. Is that correct?
Yes, and make it clear that the parcels that are not in the city that are part of this PUD would be part of your motion for the zoning on those, yes.
Is that okay with the maker of the motion and the second?
That is okay with me, Mr. Chairman. If we need to formalize it again somehow, I can try.
Chris, is this, for the record, is that going to suffice, or do we need to?
This is all going to be in the minutes. I mean, if she wants to just restate that it would include, her motion would be 6 parcels, and that it would apply to the parcels currently in the city and those that are to be annexed.
If you do that, Ms. Jacobs, and also say the zoning number 8 is included in that, all inclusive, that'd be great.
I move that we zone the new parcels ending with 306, 034, and 035, and that we rezone all 6 parcels to a PUD with the condition of stronger language about stormwater management and drainage.
And those items are item 8 under zonings and item number 3 under rezonings.
That's
just for the record.
correct.
Great. Mr. Lasane, are you okay with that as a second?
Yes, that is my second.
Great, thank you. Any other comments or questions of commission members? If not, we'll take a roll vote. Mr. Bailey?
Aye in favor.
Ms. Harrison?
I in favor.
Dr. Irons?
Aye in favor.
Ms. Jacobs?
I in favor.
Ms. Johnson?
Aye, in favor.
Thank you. Ms. Lampasas? Ms. Lampasas?
I'm sorry, I in favor.
Thank you. Mr. Lasane?
Aye in favor.
And Mr. Flue?
Aye in favor.
And I am in favor as well as chairman, so that would be a unanimous vote. Thank you, Ms. Jacobs, for that motion and those comments. We're going to go to rezoning number 4, which is 276 Cumming Street, Cannonboro, Elliottboro Peninsula, TMS number 46004, 04003.07 acres. Request rezoning from diverse residential DR-2F to commercial transitional CT. Mr. Morgan.
Chair, I'll need to recuse myself from this, Chloe. So how do I just
Yes.
leave?
I will
Okay.
remove you from the meeting, and then Philip will text you when it's time to return, and you can just use the same link to rejoin.
And the record reflects that Ms. Harrison has reclused herself for this application, rezoning number 4. Mr. Morgan.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is a property that I think you all are very, very familiar with. It's been before you a few times. I'm going to orient you to the map that's in front of you. This is Cumming Street here, going one way towards the Septima Clark Parkway, which is US 17. It is the final parcel on the right side before you make the right turn onto 17 and ultimately I-26. It's in a block that is a residential block here. You see the DR2F across the street and DR2F on the same side of the street as the subject property. There is an older commercial corner store on the corner here. And then Line Street has a little bit more of a mix of uses, but once you get past this one little store here, it is exclusively a residential area. Apologies, let me turn this phone off. Sorry about that. And the applicant does want to rezone from the DR2F to commercial transitional. This is in the Cannonboro, Elliottboro area. That is also something, because of becoming a commercial use, commercial zoning, that would allow for short-term rental on the property. Just to give some background on the property, I'm going to read off some dates. This has been to BZA a couple of times for some use variances. Those were not granted. On May 15th of 2019, Planning Commission voted 5-2 to recommend disapproval of a rezoning to GB to City Council. On June 18th of 2019, City Council voted unanimously to disapprove rezoning to GB. On January 15th of 2020, Planning Commission voted 3-2 to recommend disapproval of rezoning CT to City Council. On February 25th of this year, the rezoning request to C2 was placed on City Council agenda but deferred by the applicant prior to the meeting. On May 15th of 2020, the applicant withdrew the rezoning request to CT prior to hearing City Council. And then now on June 17th, they are up for this CT zoning. So obviously a lot has been going on with this, and hopefully the applicant can give a little bit more background to the repeated requests here. I'm going to move through and just show some other images here. Here you see the Cannonboro, Elliottboro neighborhood, and you see how this is a very residential block here, as are these other blocks. And what is so concerning to our staff with this type of request is that, in all likelihood, it is a request to allow for short-term rental. And if this one were able to go commercial for short-term rental, that would mean essentially any of these other properties in the neighborhood could go to short-term rental. And I think you're going to hear tonight from folks in the neighborhood who are very, very concerned about proliferation of short-term rentals. And our staff feels very strongly that this is, if we have one single property go from residential designation to commercial, that we will have dozens and dozens of requests. You all have already seen and turned down, I believe, a request on Felix Street in the past, and of course this one before. So there clearly is a lot of interest in doing this in the neighborhood, but overall the neighborhood seems to have a lot of concerns about the proliferation of short-term rentals. I'm going to progress through these slides. It is in the Century 5 plan as urban, which is, very common for a neighborhood like Canterbury, Elliottboro, but you see how the entire neighborhood here is designated for urban. Let me get my cursor over there. Sorry, I got my cursor off here, but you see this whole area that's in the tan is showing as urban. And I will show the subject parcel from an aerial, and again, residential structures. Now there's commercial zoning back here, but these are all residential structures too. These are all residential structures. This is a church. I believe there's a cemetery in this area here. So that area is not going to be built on. There are other new residential uses here. There are mixed residential and commercial in portions of Line Street, but exclusively residential here at the upper end. I believe that is Ash Street. Let's go on to some other images we have of the area. Here is a closer in aerial. You see the Septima Clark Parkway. This yellow box should actually be around this subject parcel here because it is the last parcel on the street here before you get to the crosstown. But you see the residential nature of the houses here. The residential nature of the houses on Upper St. Philip Street. We'll go on to another image here. This is the subject property here. Now, one thing I wanted to point out here also, because I think we've heard from the applicant that parking is fairly limited here. And you see that the parking space on the right here is a very limited space. All the land that is grassy here, where this garbage can is over to the parkway, is owned by South Carolina Department of Transportation. However, I think that the SCDOT has had precedent of leasing areas for parking, provided that the proper terms are met, insurance, things like that. So I do think it is possible that the applicant, if they needed more parking for a residential use on the site, could lease some of this area with work with SCDOT. They have approved leases for just down the street in the Shepherd and King Street area for a commercial project there. So it could be that with certain restrictions, residential parking could be included over here and would give more viability to the residential use on the property at present. I'm gonna move on. Here are residential properties across the street. Again, you see exclusively residential across the street. Then we have here exclusively residential to the south of the subject property. Then we have an aerial property. I went and drove this area because having lived in Charleston for 25, 30 years, I was aware of how close parcels are to the crosstown and how that actually is not that unusual in Charleston. And I found multiple properties along the crosstown that actually have had recent renovations, very high quality renovations, despite being immediately adjacent to the crosstown, despite having very, very limited parking. So I do not think that the case can be made that this property has a unique situation. I think this property shares its situation with many other properties in the area that have been attractively and fundamentally renovated and still are very, very viable residential uses along the crosstown. I have another image here. Here we see some of these parcels. This is right near Ashley Avenue, where you have a similar one-way situation that very attractive properties with very, very limited parking are still doing very well and have residential tenants in them. This is a new residential structure here, very limited parking, much closer actually to the crosstown than the applicant's property. And another property that is very close to the crosstown, I think closer than the applicant's property. So the argument that's been stated in the past about this is not as unique a property as you might think, and properties along the crosstown has shown repeatedly that they have residential value. This is the corner here at Ashley and the crosstown that shows the two parcels that are fronting very close to the crosstown traffic here with very limited parking, yet they are in very good shape and good residential properties. Here we have a brand new construction, multi-$100,000. I'm not sure quite what the value was in this, but it was a very high value right here on the crosstown with very limited parking. So staff feels extremely strongly that this is an inappropriate change to this area and will create a dramatic change to the entire Cannonboro-Elliottboro neighborhood if it is granted. And we recommend for approval.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Do we have the applicant here to speak?
Okay, hold on one second. Let me promote our applicant to panelist. Okay, Mr. Andrews, you should be able to unmute yourself and share video if you'd like.
Thank you, Chloe. Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Mark Andrews. I'm an attorney here in Charleston, where I've practiced for about 40 years. I represent in this proceeding the homeowner, the applicant, Blake Lineberger. And I appreciate the opportunity to again be before the commission. I appreciate all the hard work that Mr. Morgan has done. It's obvious that the city has taken an interest in this property. And I quite honestly am a little bit surprised at the level of apparent passion that the city has for this. Mr. Morgan seems to think, or certainly is suggested by his chuckling to the commission, that there's something inappropriate about coming back before this commission. To be perfectly honest, it reminds me a little bit of the parable that we find at Luke 18 of the persistent widow, who again and again comes before the king until she gets justice. There's a reason I'm here today with Mr. Lineberger. I'm not expecting any presents or birthday wishes, but today's my birthday. This is probably the first time in 35 years I haven't been fishing or playing or doing something other than sitting in my office at 6 o'clock at night to vouch for and to speak on behalf of a client. This is very important. And with the commission's indulgence, I'm going to address those things that do distinguish this property very clearly from any other property in the Peninsula City. And I do take issue with the properties that Mr. Morgan just spoke to. Every one of those properties has a no turn on red sign. Every one of those properties has extensive off-street parking. Every one of those properties is profoundly distinguishable from 276 Cumming Street. Just some of the things that I'll point out again to the commission, and for those members of the commission that were not with us last time, I had an opportunity to address these things. This property sits at what is, I believe, and I think the data of the DOT would confirm this, as the busiest intersection in any residential community in the city of Charleston. For instance, as compared with Cannon Street alone, in the same period of time, and I think we're talking about a day period, 64,000 vehicles pass this intersection at Cannon and Crosstown. Excuse me, at Cumming and Crosstown, as compared to Cannon Street, which has 5,800. More than 10 times as many vehicles pass this residence. This residence sits as the last property. It's probably a property that you're all familiar with, notwithstanding and not because of the application in the past. It's because you've driven by there. Virtually every time you go to Mount Pleasant, you choose several different corridors to take, and Cumming is probably the most heavily trafficked of all. This is the last property on the right-hand side before you get to the on-ramp to the Ravenel Bridge. Furthermore, let me address the question that Mr. Morgan raised about the possible parking in the grassy lot. Mr. Lineberger has already approached DOT about that. They will not do a curb cut on an on-ramp. There is no access to that grassy area. There's room for parking off-street, one vehicle. Just in the last year, a new sign has been erected in front of this residence that says no parking. So there's no off-street parking at all. This property, and the reason we're here tonight is out of necessity. There is no practical other use for this property. This property would never qualify as a residential property. Now, as a family residence, it wouldn't work in that regard. Mr. Morgan, if you're shopping for a piece of property, you can get this one real cheap. My client's had it listed for the last year and a half for now almost $100,000 less than he paid for it. He's willing to take a hit if he has to, can't sell it. He's had it put up for long-term rental since October of 2018 with not one bite, not one taker. It doesn't have enough parking to accommodate a group of College of Charleston students or anyone else for that matter. It doesn't work. For what it's worth, and we'll hear probably from someone speaking on behalf of the historic community, this property is north or west, if you will, of Line Street. It's above Line Street. It's not in the historic district. It's not in the old city district. It's unique in that regard. It's also important to point out that there was a time when there was a commercial use of this property. It was a boarding house many years ago. The efforts that Mr. Lineberger has made have been persistent and genuine, and they've confirmed that this property, its only practical use is for short-term rental. And to suggest to the commission that it would be unique in this neighborhood environment is absolutely misleading. If you look on St. Philip Street, the property that backs up absolutely to his property line, those properties, that's a short-term rental property. It's all zone general business. We've got MU1 right there on Line Street that also almost abuts his property. The property at the corner, that would be the southwest corner of Cumming and Line Street, was rezoned to commercial transitional just several years ago. I would propose with all due respect that this is a compelling situation. The expressed concern of the city that this would be of some precedential nightmare for either this commission or of the city's concern is absolutely misleading. This property is unique. It's clearly unique to anyone that with open eyes would look at it and consider the physical aspects of this property and the use aspects. The property on Felix Street is nothing like this. That application was rejected some months ago, as it should have been rejected. It is in the middle of a high-end residential area that has on-street parking and off-street parking. This situation is one that's compelling, and if not granted, eventually this property will fall into disrepair. This is arguably the last property in the city of Charleston that many of our visitors are going to see as they leave our city. It's not what we want to see. This grant of zoning change would be absolutely consistent with the city's best interest. It would be absolutely consistent with the neighborhood's best interest. And it is clearly in the best interest of the owner. Thank you. I appreciate your giving me this opportunity to speak on behalf of Mr. Lineberger. I'll be happy to answer any questions that the commission may have. And certainly I'd like the opportunity to respond further if there are members of the community that speak against this request.
Thank you, Mr. Andrews. Mr. Morgan, are there people that want to speak, or are there any statements in favor of the application you'd like to read into the record? Or Chloe?
Yes, we have 2 people signed up to speak in opposition. No one signed up to speak in favor. So I'm going to.
Okay.
Hold on one second, let me find them. So Marion Hawkins is the first person. So, okay, Marion Hawkins, you should be able to speak now.
Oh, yes.
We can hear you.
Go ahead.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, commission members, thank you for your time. My name is Marion Hawkins. I'm president of the Canberra-Edinburgh Neighborhood Association. This owner is a real estate investor. This is one of 2 or 3 properties he owns as investments. He has a real estate license and purchases property, I think in September of 2017. And he has operated illegally as a short-term rental prior to the city increasing their enforcement of the new short-term ordinance. His previous legal counsel presented to our neighborhood association a little over a year or so ago, and the neighborhood association voted unanimously to deny his application to upzone. Our neighborhood is very unique. If you look at the overall zoning map, you will see that we have mainly the commercial corridors of Spring and Cannon Street, parts of St. Philip's that are commercial, and the rest of the neighborhood is residential, primarily DR2F. And we have a unique, delicate balance. And there's many commercially zoned properties that are available. Some have been activated as short term, some have not. And when many people are searching our neighborhood and want to do short terms, we always encourage them to buy the property with the zoning they need. This owner has a real estate license, would have done his homework, and it sounds like it was just a bad financial investment. Our concern is that a precedent would be set. There's plenty of houses in that block that are residential and are fine. One was just purchased recently below it and is operating. And I think being right there on the crosstown, they have great visibility. To touch on the point of the boarding house as a historical thing, a boarding house was a residential use. It was never a commercial use. And that MU property below on Line Street also has workforce housing. And one concern I have is the council that's presenting now reached out to me several months ago about this appeal, and he said if we can't get this upzone, we'll have to resort to do Section 8 housing. And I said we would welcome Section 8. We have throughout our neighborhood, we have Section 8 housing, and the residents are a vital, important part of our neighborhood. We need more affordable housing. So I encourage his counsel, if you cannot, for some reason, you don't have it priced right to sell, or you don't have the rent too high for regular rentals, even though there are plenty of rentals that are operational around them, I would encourage Section 8 because we desperately need that, and our residents, many of our residents are Section 8 and are a vital part of the diversity of our neighborhood. I probably will echo a lot of the comments you will hear from our neighborhood residents that we're kind of exhausted after we have had to speak against this appeal, this applicant 5 times, and they've been defeated 5 times, twice at BZA, twice at Planning Commission, and once at City Council. So again, we ask you to help protect our neighborhood. We have a balance. The zoning works the way it is in place. This fits the city's comprehensive plan, and this would set a terrible precedent. And so we would ask the commission to turn down this application, but also we would ask you, I would ask you personally to unanimously defeat this request, because it's become almost, it could become very exhausting to us, and it's taken resources and time of many individuals. Thank you for your consideration, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hawkins. Chloe, there's one other person who wanted to speak.
Yes. Okay. Anna Catherine, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak now.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Great. Anna Catherine Carroll with the Preservation Society of Charleston. The Preservation Society stands with the Cannon-Borough-Elliott-Borough Neighborhood Association in opposition to the rezoning of 276 Cumming Street. We would first like to underscore that since the Planning Commission's most recent denial of this application in January, nothing has changed to warrant your reconsideration of the same request. In considering the potential effects on the character of the neighborhood, it is important to note that this block of Cumming Street is zoned entirely DR2F, ensuring residential use. When the short-term rental overlay was created in the Cannon-Borough-Elliott-Borough neighborhood in 2012, great care was taken to ensure historically residential areas remained predominantly residential. Over the past several years, the short-term rental industry has grown to place incredible pressure on the residential housing stock and affordability of this neighborhood, making the preservation of existing residential use all the more important. A balance of uses is essential to the health and livability of this neighborhood, and adding properties to the allowable district for commercial short-term rental use directly threatens that balance. So we would ask that you disapprove this request. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Carroll. Mr. Morgan, are there comments that you need to read into the record? I see some things here.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. So I'll start going through those now. The first is from Joe Cannon at 209 Ashley Avenue. She says, I ask that this request be denied. I've lived in this neighborhood almost 40 years. Once you allow this zoning change, every single property owner will ask for the same thing. They too will want this upgrade. They would be fools not to. The person knew the status of this property when he bought it. If he wanted to change the status, he should have asked about the change before he purchased the property. Robert Holt at 6 Tully Alley says, this is approximately the 6th time this request has come before the Planning Commission. All previous times you have rejected the rezoning, and the Cannon-Borough-Elliott-Borough Neighborhood Association unanimously rejected support for this application. The applicant has, since he purchased the property, appeared as an illegal short-term rental and claimed at the neighborhood meeting that given the dangerous nature of the Septima Clark Highway, the crosstown, the only viable use would be having tourists there. It is the exact opposite. The property is surrounded by long-term residents, and that is the safest use. I remember friends of mine living in this property some 40 years ago. We do not need rezonings of DR2F properties into commercial zoning of any kind. Our neighborhood has sufficient commercial zoning, primarily in the Spring and Cannon corridor and on St. Philip Street, with corner stores sprinkled here and there. We have achieved a balance, and this rezoning request is illogical and ill-advised, and the entire city ill-advised for the entire city, except the owner, who has already shown disdain and disregard for his neighbors. This is not the only property in our neighborhood he operated as a short-term rental illegally. The next item is from Courtney Wegner at 257 Rutledge Avenue. I object to this rezoning. I find it ridiculous that this neighbor can make the same application now for the 6th time. The property is best remaining DR2F, just as all the surrounding properties are. This application is an example of a greedy person who cares not a whit for the neighborhood or the city and only himself. He routinely defies city ordinances by operating illegal short-term rentals in our neighborhood, despite being asked to stop by both the neighborhood and the city. His property is for sale, and this application is all about him making money on his sale and not what is best for the neighborhood. Please deny this for a 6th time. Charles M. Waring at 3612 West Higgins Drive, Mount Pleasant. Says many operators, owners of STR properties in Elliottboro, Cannonboro neighborhood paid a premium for properties zoned commercial so that they could meet the requirements for whole property rentals. As such, it's not right for others to purchase a residentially zoned property to convert said property to STR later, requesting commercial zoning. Buyer beware comes to mind. Also, I feel there's a good mix of STR properties already in our community, and changing zoning to allow for more would not be positive for our neighborhood. Thank you for your consideration of my comments. Cater Sparks at 118 Spring Street says he opposes the proposal. Eric Meckley at 277 Cumming says, I own and live at a neighboring property, 277 Cumming Street, and request that the city deny this request again. The property was previously being run illegally as an Airbnb, and my neighbors and I had a ton of issues with guests not respecting the property or the fact that neighbors may want to sleep at night. I believe this is the 6th time this request has been made, and since the last few times, nothing about the property has changed to warrant rezoning. The owner has previously stated that he could not find tenants as a long-term rental as an excuse, but now it is being rented. They also argued that no other properties on the block were really lived in, but since then, one vacant property has been renovated and has residents, and another is currently being renovated with the intention to become a primary residence for the owner. After living on this block for 3 years, I can finally say that I know my neighbors and that there are no illegal Airbnbs on my block. And I would like to keep it that way, since the neighborly feel of this part of the city is a primary reason when my wife and I chose this location to live in. There are plenty of other Airbnbs in the neighborhood, and I am afraid of setting a precedent for property owners to rezone like this, and it will hollow out the neighborhood to become an area of hotels with absentee property managers. Jason Coy at 31 Bogard Street says, the owner of 276 Cumming Street in Cannonboro, Elliottboro, is seeking to rezone this property from diverse residential DR2F to commercial transitional. The request has been heard multiple times by zoning, and each time has been denied after strong opposition from Cannonboro, Elliottboro Neighborhood Association, the Preservation Society, and the Historic Charleston Foundation. As a homeowner in Cannonboro, Elliottboro, I urge the Planning Commission to reject this rezoning request, as it would lead the property to being turned into a short-term rental with detrimental effects on the neighborhood and the city and long-term zoning plans. The Cannonboro-Elliottboro neighborhood has worked for years along with the city to maintain a delicate balance between homeowners, renters, and businesses, and this sort of request threatens to upset this balance by converting a residence to a business and by bringing the noise, trash, parking issues of an SDR into a primary residential block. Please turn down this rezoning request in order to preserve the livability of our neighborhood. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. That concludes all the comments. Mr. Morgan?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Andrews, would you like to respond to the comments?
Am I still on mute?
I just unmuted you, Mr. Andrews.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Thank you. It brings to mind the property that Ms. Limpus directed everyone's attention to last time we were before the commission. That's at 9 Wesley Drive. Just because the commission fails to grant a request doesn't mean they're doing the right thing, with all due respect. That request was before the commission for years and years and years until after that owner passed away, and then it was ultimately granted. And I'm sure you all are familiar with where Wesley Drive comes into Folly Road and know the property there. It's where Stewart Coleman's law office is today. So please excuse me for being back here again today. But my client has a right to be heard, and he will be back again and again and again, because I have examined this. I don't waste my time on frivolous matters. And while I don't have a say-so in the vote on this matter, I've been a member of our community for my entire life. And I know the city of Charleston, and I do have an opinion about what's right and what's not right, and what's good for the city and what's not. And I'm not on the commission. But to suggest that granting this would create an avalanche of negative precedential value is just misleading. To suggest that this is a proper family residential property in the middle of a neighborhood, and if this request is granted, would change the flavor, the delicate balance, as Mr. Hawkins has said, of the neighborhood, is just misleading. It's not. It is the right thing. This commission's responsibility is not just to safeguard the interests of the city or safeguard the interests of the neighborhood, but it's to consider every applicant as unique, to look at every property, to really weigh the merits of every question. And forgive me for suggesting what your responsibilities are. I know you understand them better than I do. But I would not be here again. And this is not the 5th time, and it is not the 6th time. It is the 3rd time in front of this commission. And it's because it is a meritorious position. It's not going to affect the neighborhood. It is the only practical use of this property. Mr. Lineberger, good to his word, did reach out to see if he could get a Section 8 authorization. He's gotten no response to that. He's looking for any possible use of this property. And without this zoning request being granted, there is no practical use of this property. You know, the sign, they said, well, nothing's changed. Well, number one, he didn't have his real estate license when he purchased his property. No excuse. He's charged with knowledge of this, even though it is somewhat misleading when you look at the map and it falls within the parameters of the short-term rental overlay. But that's on him. He made a mistake. But they did take away, the city took away his on-street parking within the last year. There is no parking. And without parking, there is no use. Unless you use Uber, unless you use commercial transportation, which of course we know that the vast majority of those people that come into Charleston for brief periods of stay do avail themselves of. That is the only practical use here. It is a necessitous situation. I appreciate your time and putting up with me. You know, it's just what I believe is the right thing. And I do appreciate you all considering this unique application and voting in favor of the requested approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Andrews. We thank you and appreciate your comments. That's going to close the public aspect of this. Now ask commission members comments, questions, motions.
Ms. Jacobs and Mr. Lassane both have their hands raised.
Mr. Lassane?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just simply like to refer everyone to my comments at the last 2 meetings that this matter has come before us, and I would like to move for disapproval of the request.
Okay, there's a motion to deny the request by Mr. Lassane. Let's second. More comments, questions? Ms. Jacobs, you had your hand up. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'll second Harry's motion because I've got the code in front of me and I'm going to read the statement because I call it a do no harm statement responsibility of the Planning Commission. Whenever we're considering a change in the zoning ordinance or the zoning map, we should determine the possible effects of the change in the ordinance or map on the character of a zone district, a particular piece of property, a neighborhood, or the community. And we had some discussion at the last meeting about spot zoning, and just to understand that, I looked it up, and this is the definition I got. The classic definition of spot zoning is a process of singling out a small parcel of land for use classification totally different from that of the surrounding area for the benefit of the owner of such property and to the detriment of the other owners. We didn't hear anybody in support of this application. And if there is this interest in Section 8 housing, I know that Ms. Gianna Shaw Johnson of the city works with our affordable housing unit, and maybe somebody needs to promote a dialogue between her and this homeowner, because maybe there are some out of the box thinking for this property that could be done. And that would seem to be encouraged by the neighborhood association. So I will second Harry's motion.
So there's a motion, a second. More comments, questions of commission members?
Yes, Ms. Johnson's raising her hand.
Ms. Johnson, please.
I just want to reiterate my comments before. I feel like this is a very unique property. I feel like it's situated differently than the properties that we've used as comparison. And I am going to vote against the motion on the floor, but I just wanted to share my comments once again.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson, for your comments, and we appreciate them. Any other comments, questions?
Ms. Lempesis is raising her hand.
Hey, Ms. Lempesis, you go ahead.
Yes, I would like to agree with, excuse me, with Ms. Johnson. what is the property on the corner of Line Street that says commercial transitional? What are those two properties right there where your cursor is, Christopher?
This is a former office or commercial building that was rezoned in the last year to 2 years. It was just basically the footprint of the building itself, which is in keeping with the staff's recommendation that we would only support commercial rezonings in this neighborhood if they were formally used as commercial structures. There is also a commercial former corner store in this location here that is zone CT.
Okay, thank you. I really do believe this is a unique property. I have driven by it and I did compare it to the one on Wesley Drive. I don't think it's going to be an issue with short-term rental because you don't have any parking to allow that. And I just really believe that putting a no parking sign in front of anybody's property really diminishes the value of it, both from a single family residential and even a rental. Really, the only people that would possibly use that house would be short-term renters. So I'm probably going to vote against that as well.
Thank you, Ms. Lepis. Other comments, questions of commission members? I'm going to chime in and say that this is a very unique piece of property. We all know that. It's in a unique area. And my concern does come in with the precedent. If we rezone it, that my concern is that I have heard that and do see that there would be a wave of others who would come in with that. And I think that would be bad for the entire neighborhood as well as this property as well. So I intend to support the motion to deny the application. Other comments, questions of commission members? If not, we'll do a roll call vote. Mr. Bailey?
I vote to deny the application.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Ms. Harrison?
That's a recusal there, Mr.
Oh, I'm
Chair.
sorry. I apologize. Ms. Harrison is recused. Dr. Irons?
I vote to deny the application.
Thank you, Dr. Irons. Ms. Jacobs?
I vote to deny.
Ms. Johnson?
Not sure how to phrase this, but I vote nay against the motion on the floor, so I am opposed to it.
Okay, we got you. We got you for the record that you're opposed to the motion to deny. Ms. Lampasas?
I vote nay. Excuse me.
Okay. Mr. Lassane?
I vote aye in favor of the motion.
Deny. Mr. Flug?
I vote in the motion to say no. I agree with Angie Johnson. So whatever her statement was, I kind of.
So you're in, just to clarify, you're in favor of the motion to deny or opposed to the motion to deny?
Angie, what was yours? You said
it was opposed to.
Confusing, so I just said that I am opposed to the motion on the floor, which is to deny the application.
Okay, so Mr. Flug?
I vote to deny the application.
You vote to deny the application?
Yes.
No.
No, the other one. I'm sorry, I'm totally confused.
You vote to deny, you're voting against the motion, correct? So you're against the motion to deny is what you
Yes.
are. Okay, I'm sorry. I just want to make sure we get it for the record.
No, I'm
And
sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I know it's a little, and I'm in favor of the motion to deny. So, Mr. Morgan, I think we have 1,
5
2.
to 3 to recommend denial of the rezoning request.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you. We're going to move on. That completes rezonings. We're going to move on to, sorry, I'm losing my spot here, but I think it is property conversion. Number 1, Joby Drive, Ashleytown Village, West Ashley, TMS number 35816000218, approximately 0.196 6 acres, request conversion of property designation from common area to building site zoned diverse family residential DR1 classification. Mr. Moore, we don't see many of these. Can you go through this for us, please?
Right, we don't. I believe Ms. Harp or Mr. Batchelder are going to present this item.
Okay. Whoever is, we're ready for them.
Okay.
Okay, this is Anna Harp. And yes, you're correct. You don't see too many of those. The reason why you see this is because the ordinance states that if a common area parcel wants to be converted into a buildable site, has to be approved by the Planning Commission. To remove the status of as common area into a buildable site has to come in front of you. This is the second one that we have seen since I've been working with you. So this one is located, as you said, on Joby Drive, the corner of Joby and Treetop Court. It's in the Ashleytown Village neighborhood. On the plat that you're seeing there, it was recorded on August of 1983, and the lot in question is labeled common area. The owner of the property wishes to remove that common area denomination into a buildable site so they can build a single family residence on the property. The property is zoned DR1F, and the minimum lot area for a residential lot is 4,000 square feet. The lot is about 8,500 square feet. It's important to note that there is a 35-foot drainage easement on the rear of the property, right there. If you can see that on the rear, like right next to the SCNG Dominion Energy easement. And there is a 17.5 drainage easement on the other side. So they have about 3,300 square feet of buildable area. Another thing important to note is that even though the drainage easements are not going anywhere, so even though if the lot is converted into a buildable lot, stormwater will have the right to come into the property and do work if that is what is required. Staff does not have any reason to object to the conversion to a buildable site, and we recommend approval. So that's, you can see right there where the property is.
Sorry.
That's another
Okay, and then the
older.
There we go.
Right. Great. Thank you. Do we have the applicant here to speak, or do they want to speak?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, let me promote her to panelist. Okay. Ms. Bogatkovich, you should be able to unmute yourself and share your video if you'd like.
Oh, hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm. Yes, so I am owner of the property, and despite it's shown as a common area on the plat, it was never used as a common area. And this neighborhood has common area right above the corner, like 100 yards away. And all neighbors are very friendly, and they do consider this property as a privately owned, as mine property, not as HOA, and all of them in support of building single family home. So I don't know what else to say.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Do we have any comments? Ms. Harp, do we have any comments, positive or concerns from the public you know of?
No, sir, we received some, the applicant went around the neighborhood and got some signatures from neighbors, and everybody was in favor of a new home being built on the lot.
Okay.
Yeah,
But no
there
public. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
there were three written comments that were submitted into the record. Christopher stepped away from his desk, so I'll just
Okay. You
for
want to
the
read
for
them?
the record.
Yeah.
They're all the same. The language is the same for all of them. But I'll read the names of everyone and their addresses. Let me skip to. Give me 1 second here.
If you don't have them,
Okay.
I have them. Do you have?
This letter is to confirm that Townsley J. Gregory and Libby Tierra, residents of 2734 Treetop Court, do not mind MGB Invest to build a single-family house on the parcel at the corner of Joby Drive and Treetop Court. Please note that you have to obtain from the City of Charleston Department of Planning all necessary permits before starting any construction associated activities. So similar letter, but with Stopler Teresa, resident of 2805 Joby Drive, son of Philip Renter. I can't, handwritten. And then there are 5 residents that signed a similar letter, similar language. Looks like Griffin Hill, 2806 Joby Drive, Mark Turnbull, 2739 Treetop Court, Dale Fish, 2335 Tall Sail Drive, Christian D, 2809 Joby, and Ryan Scott, 2327 Treescape Drive.
Great. Is that all? That's all the comments we have or supports?
Correct.
Great. So unless we want to hear from the applicant again, we'll close the public aspect of this. Commission members, comments, motion, questions?
Ms. Jacobs has her hand raised.
Ms. Jacobs.
I have a question, if anybody can answer this. Because it's surrounded by the drainage ditches that appear to function maybe for this development, does the property itself, does anybody know how it holds water? I'm very concerned that, you know, we would zone into something that would buildable, and then they're going to build something on a piece of property that in conjunction with those drainage ditches manages water for the area. So, do we have any sense of that?
Ms. Harp, do we have anything, or Chloe?
I spoke with stormwater this afternoon about that, and they what Kinsey Holton expressed was that those will just remain drainage easements. He did not know how the water is held on the property, so that was probably something that might need a little more investigating by the owner, if you know how that happens.
Well, since it's
They
such
would
a
have to. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Would they have to get any kind of approval before they build on the property regarding drainage?
They the requirements that they cannot encroach into the drainage easement. They will have to requires a single family new approval, which reviewed by zoning, engineering, GIS, and building inspections. Everybody will look at, and there is a lot inspection that is conducted by engineering for a single family new lot. Every single family application that we receive, somebody from engineering goes to the lot and does an investigation and inspection of the lot to see if they can approve it.
That would include drainage, I'm assuming.
I would believe so. Don't want to say yes for sure, because I'm not 100% sure.
It's just such a small parcel to build on that we start covering it with a footprint of a building and then a driveway and anything else, that I don't want to see it start impacting the owner itself. I mean, it seems like there's drainage system there. I'm more concerned about the person who might buy the home that would be put on that piece of property, that they would have a constant drainage issue. So it gives me a little bit of pause to think about allowing that to proceed forward. I'm not going to make a motion at this time. I'd like to hear some other comments.
Mr. Lassane has his hand raised.
Hey, Mr. Lassane?
Sure, yeah. And I just to on that, my home has a drainage easement to the rear, on the rear portion of the lot, and that is simply an avenue for the water to travel to a catch basin, which is also in the back corner of my lot. So the drainage easement doesn't mean that there's a drainage problem necessarily. It just means that that land is dedicated to stormwater use. You know, and because this will have to go through the city process to ensure that it meets all the stormwater regulations, I will move to approve this motion or this application.
Thank you, Ms. Hussein. Other comments? A second,
Ms. Lymphosis has her hand raised.
Ms. Lephasis?
Christopher, what are the setbacks on this lot, front and side and rear?
There is no front setback. And I knew you were going to ask me that. So I don't have it in front of me. I don't have that memorized. Lee, if you can help, that would be great. I know you have memorized. I do not. Give me just 1 second and I will find it for you.
Thank you, Anna.
Any other comments or questions? Mr. Batcheld, I see you there. Do you want to answer that, or?
Yes, I can answer that question. The setbacks for DR1 are, the rear setback is irrelevant because of the easement in the back of the lot, but there's no front setback that's required. And there's a minimum 9-foot setback on one side and a minimum 3-foot on the other. And the total side setbacks, the total of those two side setbacks has to equal 15 feet.
Great. Ms. Lempis, does that answer your question?
Yes, that does. I was just concerned about the front setback and that being a truly a lot, but I will second Mr. Lassane's motion.
Okay. So we have a motion by Mr. Lassane and a second by Ms. Lempis. Other comments, questions, or commission members? If not, we'll go ahead and do a roll call vote. Ms. Jacobs, just to make sure, you didn't have any other comments, did you?
No, I mean, I'm not sure that this lot will go under stormwater review, and I'm just concerned that somebody will build a house and then have a stormwater problem for themselves. That's my only concern.
I got you. We're going to go ahead and, since there's a motion and a second, Mr. Bailey,
I approve.
Ms. Harrison,
I approve the motion.
thank you. Dr. Irons,
I in favor.
thank you. Ms. Jacobs,
I'm going to say nay.
okay. Ms. Johnson,
I'm in favor.
Ms. Lampsis,
Aye in favor.
Mr. Lassane,
Aye, in favor.
Mr. Flug,
I in favor.
and I'm in favor of the motion as well. So I guess that's 8-1 if whoever's keeping tally. We're now under subdivisions number 1, which is Oakville Plantation, America Star, Johns Island, TMS 317-0000011-055-089, approximately 201.6 acres, 205 lots. Request 1-year extension of subdivision concept plan, zone rural residential R1 and light industrial L1. I'm not trying to lead anyone, but I know there's been questions about this. Do we want to?
May I make a motion to go into executive session?
Is that Ms. Harrison? Yes, ma'am. So there's a motion by Ms. Harrison to go in executive session. Is there a second? Ms.
I'll
Jacobs?
second that.
Ms. Jacobs, you second? Sorry,
Yes.
okay. Well, why don't we do a roll call vote just to make sure we're all in line? Mr. Bailey?
I in favor.
Ms. Harrison? I'm assuming you are since you made the motion, but I just want to make sure.
I in favor.
Dr. Irons?
I in favor.
Ms. Jacobs?
Aye in favor.
Ms. Johnson?
I in favor.
Ms. Lampsis?
Aye in favor.
Mr. Lassane?
Aye, in favor.
Mr. Flug?
I in favor.
And I'm in favor as well. Chloe, can you just tell us, so we're all on the same page and so the public knows where we're doing here as we go in executive session?
Yes, so what I will do is I'm going to mute everyone, all of the commissioners' audio and turn off all of their videos. And the commissioners will be calling into a separate conference line for an executive session. And we'll have a placeholder slide up for the public. So you all the attendees can remain in the meeting until the commissioners are done with executive session. And then when they return, we'll resume video and audio for everyone.
And
that number, just so, and you sent it out to everyone earlier, so everyone should have an 800 number as well as an access code, correct, Chloe?
Correct.
Great,
And Mr.
thank
Chairman,
you. So
you might
we'll,
wanna just
go ahead.
remind everybody who's watching this meeting and listening to this meeting is that no action would be taken in this executive session. It's for legal advice only.
Thank you, Ms.
You will now be placed into
Thank you, Ms. Christopher, y'all let me know, you and Chloe, when we've got everybody back on board and we can move on.
All right, I'm back. We're back where we're supposed to. Well, let's see. I got to back up a little bit more here. There we go. Okay.
Looks like we got all the commission members back.
Because I believe Anna is going to present this.
Okay.
Item. Is Anna, there is Anna. Okay. All commissioners back in now, it looks like.
Yep. So, Mr. Lassane, do you have, or there was a motion, I want to entertain a motion from a commission member.
Mr. Chairman, I would say without objection, we should return from executive session into.
And that's what Mr. Lassane making that motion. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second. It's Angie.
Ms. Johnson seconds. All in favor, signify by saying aye. I'm not going to call roll unless there's an objection. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, great.
Aye.
Okay, just as a point, we went in executive session. We got some legal opinion. No decisions were made in executive session, and we are now out of executive session per the motion. And we're going to go to the, as we already announced into the record, that number 1 subdivision request, Oakville Plantation. I'm sorry, Chris, you told me that
Ms.
who was
Harp,
going to present?
Ms. Harp is going to give the stand.
Yeah, Ms. Harp, would you go ahead whenever you're ready?
You will remember one of these days.
I will, I'm sorry.
Well, this is the American Star Oakville Plantation Road in Johns Island. This proposed subdivision is located on Johns Island off of River Road, north of the Johns Island Airport. The applicant is seeking a 1-year extension of the concept plan approval granted by the Planning Commission on April 18th of 2018 with certain conditions. This is the first request for a 1-year extension of this approval. Staff recommendation is for the concept plan approval granted on April 18th of 2018, extended for 1 year to April 18th of 2021 with the same conditions. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Chloe, do we have the applicant available? I guess we're going to hear from the applicant.
Yes. Let me get them in here. Okay. Mr. Todd Richardson, you should be able to unmute yourself now and share your video if you would like.
Good evening. How's everyone doing? Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Great. Thank you. My name is Todd Richardson. I'm a landscape architect and principal with Synchronicity here in Charleston. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner and commissioners and staff for hearing our extension request this evening. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have. It's a fairly straightforward administrative legal extension, the first of 5 that we have in the provision of the code.
You go ahead. You want to go ahead with your app?
Yes, I'll just summarize briefly. We went through the TRC pre-review and Planning Commission concept plan approval, which was granted on April 18th of 2018. This property just historically was the joint combination of the Lackey and Horace family. And historically in the 80s, right around 1980, a major portion of the property was granted to a developer to develop Stono Point and redirect Burden Creek Road. Leftover from that subdivision and annexation and creation of that development was an access off of Burden Creek Road. And the properties were brought into the city as light industrial. Since that time, it has been the continued goal and legacy of Mr. Harlan Lackey and his relatives to provide a neighborhood for families. And that is what we are doing here. We have worked with the families for several years for a reduction of zoning, lessening impacts, achieving a balance and removing an opportunity for impactful development. It's a 205 unit concept plan at a 2.55 dwelling unit per acre density. The use and density are compliant with the Century 5 comprehensive plan. It's a low density neighborhood. Going forward, any proposed plans will be compliant with the new stormwater standards from the City of Charleston stormwater staff and department. And that's really it for our presentation. Again, I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Richardson. Do we have Mr. Morgan, anyone from staff, do we have any comments, positive, or anybody who wants to comment on this, anything recorded, anything we want to read into the record?
Yeah, there's
Yes.
several people who've signed up to speak, as well as several written comments.
Yes, so
Great.
we don't have anyone signed up to speak in favor. We only have folks signed up in opposition. So Mr. Phil Dustin, I'm going to unmute you.
Let me ask you, Chloe, let me ask you a question. Do we have any comments, favorable comments that we want to read to start? I mean, I'd just like to get them in order if we can. Do we have any
No,
letters? Okay, all right. I just wanted
nothing,
to ask
yeah,
that.
nothing in favor, only
Okay,
comments and
okay.
people signing up to speak in opposition.
Okay, great. So we'll move forward. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Dustin, you may go ahead and speak.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. First of all, thank you for hearing my comments. And I want to state for the record, I'm Philip Dustin, 2659 Burden Creek Road, Johns Island. I live in the Stono Point community right next to this property. I am opposed to this extension for a large number of reasons, but there's first something that's very confusing going on right now. Number one, for the record, Oakville Plantation Road is really Jack Hill Road, which is an easement. And that's across lot 14A in the Stono Point Homeowners Association. And there is presently some disagreement about the use of that, and it's in the courts. My community is being represented by Trenum Walker. And it's not really clear that the developer would be allowed to trespass on our property for commercial purposes. So we have that. But I'd like to go back to what Mr. Richardson said, that this community plan was first presented in 2017. It was 89 acres. And at that point, it started this issue between my community and the developer. And then in 2019, in July of 2019, a new plan called River Run was brought before the Planning Commission, I believe, and brought before, it's brought before City Council for annexation. And that required annexation of additional land and required a new road that would be cut onto River Road for the traffic. And that was deferred for a long time. And now we see some reversion back to this old plan with the addition of a 3-acre lot called Lot 14A in my community. And what's curious is the first plan was 89 acres with about 200 houses on it. And now this one is 201 acres. And all they've added is about a 3-acre lot called Lot 14A. So this request is actually different from the past request. And we haven't had enough time to really analyze this, but it looks like they're just taking the old design, which they abandoned, and are now sort of reboiling it as something that they would like to just have an extension, and it's just a normal extension. And that doesn't seem to be the case. This is really a new plan and should be considered as such, not just an extension of the old plan. So I'd like to go on the record that my community is adamantly opposed to this. The plan violates both the Johns Island Community Plan and the Dutch Dialogues and the Century 5 Plan, which embodied the Johns Island Community Plan. There should be no developments of this sort below 15 feet elevation. And most of this land is actually below 10 feet, probably 90% of it or more is below 10 feet elevation. So right there, it's in opposition to everything we've been learning in the last year or two, Dutch dialogues and flooding and everything else. So what we need to figure out is, first of all, what are they actually asking for? And this seems to be a new project. Most of the land that's there is low-lying coastal land and marsh, and it floods now from storm surge, tropical storms during Matthew and Irma. And we also know that Burden Creek at that time becomes impassable during these storms. And this is the road that they're suggesting they're going to use as the principal road in and out for 200 plus houses. And River Run is somewhere on the order of 400 houses. So the whole use of this seems to be crazy in many respects. This low-lying area, this low-lying land is really better meant for water storage than building dense developments. I know Mr. Richardson calls this a development that is really low density, but in fact, it's quite high density and violates, again, as I said, both the Johns Island Community Plan and the Dutch dialogues. So what we're learning now is that we have flooding from two different sources that impact this land. One is storm surge, which comes in from the Stono River. And the other is the excess flooding that's now coming down through Burden Creek. And Burden Creek is really a complex small river. It's not just a ditch that people think of as Burden Creek. And a large part of the meander of that small river abuts this property and is essentially separates this property from the other property that the developer wants to develop. So it's actually a part of Burden Creek, and therefore it's part of an estuarine environment. It's not just simply a tributary as suggested by the developer. It's tidal wetlands. This area is going to require massive fill. A fill and build of this sort is extravagant. Even the retention ponds will have to be dug in fill dirt because the land is not high enough to have the kind of retention ponds that they're talking about. And we're learning from our scientific studies now during this wet spring that in fact the retention ponds don't work. As soon as we get rain now with all the retention ponds full, the water just washes into Burden Creek. So building this community would be like putting a dam at the mouth of Burden Creek. And the water that's coming down now because of all the excess developments on Maybank would be blocked up, and it would divert that water onto Stono Point and other communities. So it creates a hazard. Essentially, it's forcing flooding onto other communities, such as Stono Point and Exchange Landing Road and Shoreline Farms. So what we're dealing with here is something that, as I thought was aptly said before, the Planning Commission should do no harm. This request should be denied because it's not just a continuing request. It's a new project with new ideas and new concepts in it. And it may be actually part of a larger project as well. And in doing that, what we're really doing is creating a hazard. The city would be essentially sanctifying the building of a hazard, both to the people that were going to live there, who would be cut off from emergency services during some sort of storm event, and the people that would be flooded out by this community neighboring. And this may very well act to have FEMA begin to re-examine what we're doing with our CRS rating, our community service rating, which actually gives everybody a discount on their flood insurance now. And by allowing communities like this to be built, which actually promote flooding, what we're doing is backing down on that CRS rating, which would cost everybody in Charleston, everybody, more on their flood insurance, on the order of 10 or 20 or 30% more for their flood insurance. So I hope you deny this and have the developers come back with a concrete plan to tell us exactly what they're doing, and not just an extension on one piece, and not just piecemeal with some in the county and some in the city. And well, we don't really know what's happening. Please deny this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dustin, for your comments. Chloe, who do we have next?
Next, we have Mr. Mark Brandenburg.
Great,
Mr. Brandenburg, you should be able to unmute yourself now and speak.
Great. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Are they able to see me or not?
No, just here.
Just here. Okay. All right. Thank you for the opportunity to talk with y'all. My name is Mark Brandenburg. I am a resident of Johns Island. I live in Stono Point, which is the neighborhood that is just to the north of this proposal, and I'm an attorney by education and by profession. So I think it's probably important for y'all to look at the ordinance, and I'm sure that y'all had an extended discussion with perhaps Mr. McQueenie or somebody else from Ms. Herdina's office over the last few minutes. But where you're dealing with at this point is in section 54-960 and the following ordinances in the city code. And it's important for you to look and see what that particular section says, which is that the purpose of this section of the code is to implement the provisions of South Carolina Code annotated 6-29-1510 so as to secure the reasonable expectation of landowners who make investment in site evaluation, planning, development costs, et cetera, et cetera. What that section is doing is that section, what that particular paragraph is doing is it's calling out and going back to the South Carolina Code, which of course overlays all of the ordinance and provides your duties and responsibilities in this particular proceeding. And so it's important for you to look back at what those sections say. And you would start, I think, at 6-29-340, which talks about the functions, powers, and duties of a local planning commission. Paragraph A says it's the function and duty of the local planning commission to undertake a continuing planning program for the physical, social, and economic growth, development, and redevelopment of the area within its jurisdiction. The plans and programs must be designed to promote public health, safety, morals, convenience, prosperity, or the general welfare, as well as the efficiency and economy of its area of jurisdiction. There's several statutes that repeatedly talk about what your responsibilities are in this kind of situation. 6-29-510 talks about the planning commission, the planning process. It says the local planning commission shall develop and maintain a planning process, which will result in the systematic preparation and continual reevaluation and updating of those elements considered critical, necessary, and desirable to guide the development and redevelopment of its area. It calls out several criteria that have to be in the comprehensive plan. These include a population element, which considers historic trends and projections, an economic development, an economic element, which considers historic trends and projections, household numbers and sizes. And then third, a natural resources element, which considers coastal resources, slope characteristics, prime agricultural and forest land, plant and animal habitats, parks, recreation areas, scenic views and sites, wetlands, and soil types. You're supposed to have regulations. Your regulations should prescribe that no land development plan, including subdivision plats, will be approved unless all land intended for use as building sites can be used safely for building purposes without danger from flood or other inundation or from other menaces to health, safety, or public welfare. That's 629-1130. In other words, every one of the ordinances that calls out your responsibilities, it specifically talks about the environmental and in particular, the drainage and the floodplain aspects of the property that's under your supervision. But you know this, of course, because one of the educational requirements that you have before you join the Planning Commission, it was to hear on a variety of topics, land use planning, zoning, and again, floodplains. So your job, your responsibility under the particular statute that's in play right now, which is 6-29-1540, that's the one that sets up conditions and limitations on permits and on renewing permits. That one says that a vested right is subject to the following conditions and limitations. Subparagraph 7 says a vested right for a site-specific development plan expires 2 years after vesting. The land development regulation must authorize a process by which the landowner of real property with a vested right may apply at the end of the period annual extension of the vested right. However, it says you can extend the time upon a determination that there is just cause for extension and that the public interest is not adversely affected. Subparagraph 11 of the same section also talks about a vested site-specific development plan and when it can be extended. It says it is subject to later enacted federal, state, or local laws adopted to protect public health, safety, and welfare. And that's exactly what's happened here. Dr. Dustin talked a few minutes about the Dutch dialogues. Now, this application was approved 2 years ago in April of 2018 over our objections. It's up for renewal now, but what's happened in the interim is Mayor Tecklenburg went out and hired a whole bunch of experts to come and study Charleston. One of the places they came to was Johns Island. One of the specific places they came to on Johns Island was this area. They looked at it and walked some of it. In January of this year, City Council unanimously approved the Dutch dialogues. And if you look at the resolution, what they said is we understand there is flooding in the foreseeable future. We see that it is increasing and has increased in the last few years. We engaged in a series of public meetings to research, explore, design, and propose integrated ways to mitigate and adapt to flood conditions. And it calls out the areas that it looked at. I'm reading from the resolution that the City Council adopted in January of this year. They unanimously adopted the Dutch dialogues. And so that raises the question of what they said. And Dr. Dustin talked about it a little bit, but I would direct your attention to page 78 through 80 of the Dutch dialogues, which said there are 4 planning or safety zones on Johns Island. The first wet zone is from 0 to 6 feet above mean sea level, which coincidentally correlates with the impacts of the 10-year storm return period, which at this point has become the 2-year storm period. Here's what they said. We recommend prohibiting future development in the wet zone. Marsh in this zone is essential for storm surge protection. In addition, marshland warrants robust ecological protection and restoration. Then they talk about the next type of area, the ecological zone. The ecological zone exists from 6 to 10 feet. This is primarily salt marsh and low coastal forest, providing ecological connections, ecosystem services, and water storage sponge functions. Only limited and adapted development should occur in the ecological zone, such as low density, pile elevated, single family homes. And they even included a nice chart on page 80, which talks about what ought to go in an area that's from 0 to 6 feet in mean sea level and what in an area that's from 6 to 10 feet. As Dr. Dustin said, all of this area is 10 feet or below. In other words, under the Dutch dialogues, all of this area should be limited to single family, elevated homes, not the 205 areas that they're trying to cram into the 89 acres of high ground that's on here. Again, the ordinances, the statutes, and your ordinance allow you to take into account changes in the law. As I said, City Council specifically and unanimously approved the Dutch dialogues. They've adopted them. It's their express explanation of what's good and right for Johns Island and everywhere else. That's a change in the law that you should take into account. They cannot show, that is, Synchronicity and American Star cannot show that the plans that were adopted 2 years ago now comply with what City Council has specifically adopted. As a result, you should deny their application to extend the permit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brandenburg. Yes, ma'am. Next speaker, Chloe.
Yes, Councilmember Jackson, your microphone has been enabled.
Thank you very much. Welcome back to your important work, planning commissioners. I am here to empathize with all of the good comments that I know the neighbors and the residents of Johns Island have been studying for years in relationship to this development. And then most especially after we finished the Dutch dialogues and realized that this location is the poster child of the kinds of changes that we will be making as a body of elected officials in reaction to what we know now about watersheds and the elevations that need to be respected. I empathize, as I said, I really wish that you could tonight do some more original thinking, but my goal, and let me back up and say that newly elected Councilmember Carl Brady wanted to be here tonight. He had an obligation with family that he could not change. So I have his authorization. He said, call it my amicus relationship. So I'm speaking for Councilmember Brady and myself. I have been studying this development really since I decided to run for my elected seat in 2017. And I really have learned so much about the way the city processes land use and all of the activities that you all are part of, but not many times the end decision makers. And I know that we still have the whole subdivision question to address with you all. So what I would like to focus on with you tonight, though, is the information that was provided to you in your packet does cite the, I guess, commonly accepted and looked at sections of our code 54-962, where basically in a more generalized sense, it says that you can have site-specific development plans that are approved, and that engenders a 2-year vested right for that particular site plan. I find it very interesting that Dr. Dustin is now calling attention to is honestly the same amount of property that was approved, but I'll leave that to another deliberation. Basically, this, if you just stopped at 54-962, it is pretty clear that the developer has the right to ask for an extension up to 5 times, 1 year at a time. But what I think that you needed to have in your packet and was sent to many of us as we were asking the follow-up questions about what are the reasons for granting a vested rights extension to an owner. We were sent through Mr. Batchelder's, I think directly from him, that came through the planning staff, the citations that name section 54-809, item 4 F, item 4F. And 54-809 deals with, just lost my place, but it deals with concept plan procedures. So the applicant rightfully went through their goal to create a subdivision to be able to develop property on this site back in 2018, I think they began in 2017. They worked with the TRC for a concept plan approval, which they obtained right before you heard their case for a subdivision request in April of 2018. And that's the way the land use for this particular property under the TMS numbers that were given to you and under the name of Oakville Plantation Road has literally set for 2 years. And so what the follow-up of granting a concept plan approval is that there is an effective period that is named under this section 4F. The effective period of a concept plan is conditioned on whether there have been ongoing activities leading to construction during that first 2-year period of vested rights. And if there's a lapse in the construction activities for 6 months or more, then the original vested rights ends at the end of 2 years. So that is the information that's in our city code. That is the information that you were not provided in advance in your packet, to the best of my understanding. I hope that is information that you were given tonight by your legal consultation. But that is the decision in front of you. It can't be the whole, the whole value of looking at flooding, that is going to be on the council. We are not asking to change the land use opportunities for this owner at this point in time. But we are asking that they have not served the letter or the stated purpose of a concept plan approval by continuing on for construction. And basically you can see that in the document that was given to you at the bottom of the page, that page 41, that is part of this packet. It says concept plan approval then goes into the approval of a preliminary plat and the approval of road construction plans. That is the normal course when a developer is intentional to construct what he was given concept approval to do. And this applicant has not made a first attempt at getting an approval of their preliminary plat or road construction plans. So I think it's very clear, according to code 54-809 4F, that they have not met the terms that they were supposed to be working under the last 2 years. And on that basis, you need to deny their extension request. They're free to come back with a new concept plan. I heard your conversation with the gentleman on Cummings Street. There's no reason that they can't come back, but you should not extend this extension, give them this extension, because they have not lived up to the condition that is placed on granting such an extension. Thank you very much. Really appreciate your work. I know you have a long agenda. I'm signing off.
Thank you, Thank you, Councilmember Jackson, for your comments and thoughts. Chloe, who do we have next?
We have 3 more. Okay, Jason, you should be able to use your microphone now. Jason Crowley.
Great, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you very much. My name is Jason Crowley. I'm the Director of Communities and Transportation for the Coastal Conservation League. The League urges this commission to deny this applicant an extension of their concept plan approval. As you've heard from several of the folks who have spoken already, since receiving their concept plan approval in April of 2018, the applicant has failed to submit the necessary materials to proceed to TRC and begin construction in a timely manner. As heard, first, they were legally challenged by the adjacent neighborhood, who fought to prevent the applicant from utilizing Burden Creek Road and the lot within their neighborhood to access the development. And then they spent much of the last year acquiring additional property on River Road to avoid Burden Creek Road. And that additional property would require annexation into the city's jurisdiction. The applicant brought those annexation requests to City Council last fall in an attempt to rezone the entire area PUD in order to create an entirely new development project on this site known as River Run. They deferred that request to City Council days before the Dutch Dialogues process was set to commence, stating that they would come back with a revised project that was in keeping with the Dutch Dialogues recommendations. They never returned, and Council ultimately withdrew the annexation and rezoning requests from their agendas. Since that time, City Council unanimously adopted the Dutch Dialogues report, as mentioned, which recommends severely limiting development on elevations below 10 feet. Nearly all of this property is 10 feet and below. City Council also adopted the new stormwater manual, which will go into effect next month and utilizes stringent new requirements to ensure that new developments can appropriately manage its stormwater on the site. This concept plan does not align with the new stormwater manual requirements. All throughout this 2-year period, the concept plan has not moved forward. New proposals were worked on, legal battles were fought, but this plan sat dormant. Therefore, there is no reason why the concept plan should be extended. Local, national, and international experts have concluded that this is essentially the worst location on Johns Island to construct a dense new development. It is at the mouth of a creek that frequently floods and is susceptible to storm surge and sea level rise. But what you are all here to consider is whether or not they have demonstrated that this concept plan remains vested. And the answer is clearly no. They have failed over the past 2 years to submit their necessary materials to TRC that would enable them to begin construction on this site in a timely manner. And therefore, we again urge you all to deny this extension. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Crowley. Chloe, who do we have next, please?
Okay, next is Mr. John Slogar. There you are. Okay, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for listening. My name is John Zlogar, and I represent the Johns Island Task Force. We've submitted a letter, which I hope you've had time to read. And I'd like to make note that we've submitted that letter jointly with the Johns Island Community Association and also the Johns Island Council. So there's a lot of the community that's behind what we've said. Now, pretty much along with everybody else that has talked about it, the development is absolutely in the wrong place. It's at the mouth of the Burden Creek drainage basin. It's really low land, and also it's very close to the proximity of Johns Island Airport. As a matter of fact, it's adjacent to it. And as you know, there was a recent fatal crash there, which could very well have been in that subdivision if it had been built. But going back to two other things, no construction progress. It's been 2 years and there's been zero construction progress. And the other thing that's been brought up is the traffic access, the plan for traffic access. One of the things is that everyone's referring to section 54.9 something or other in the ordinances. If you look at section 54-965, there's a revocation in there, and how this approval can be revoked if there's been any type of determination that there was a material misrepresentation. I mean, at this point in time, it appears there's never been a plan for traffic access. There's not, adequate traffic access that can actually have 400 homes go through. Can't go through the development. The access to River Road, as Jason just said, isn't practical at this point in time. So there's other legal reasons I think you can also revoke it based upon the fact that there never was adequate traffic access. So with all those in mind, with what everybody else has said, we urge you to oppose this extension. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zlogar. Chloe, who is the last? I think they said there's one more.
Yes, the last person who signed up to speak is Miss Anna Catherine Carroll. You should be able to unmute yourself now.
Ms. Carroll, we're ready for you.
Thank you. Anna Catherine Carroll with the Preservation Society of Charleston. The Preservation Society agrees with the statements made previously that per section 54.809 4F in the City of Charleston zoning ordinance that reads the approval of a concept plan results in a vested right from the date of Planning Commission approval that lasts for 2 years plus ongoing construction that proceeds in a timely manner, of which a 6-month or more lapse in construction would result in the end of this vested right term. We feel that because this applicant has not in good faith initiated construction since the initial approval in April 2018, the applicant has clearly not met the intent of the ordinance to proceed with construction in a timely manner. And so we would urge the Planning Commission to deny this request as it does not meet the intent of the ordinance requirements for the effective period of concept plan approvals. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Carroll. I think we have several. Do we need Christopher or Chloe? Do we need to read some into the record?
Yes, there is some overlap with folks who have already spoken, so I think Christopher can mention those, paraphrase them. But there are approximately 12 written comments that were submitted. Christopher, if you could read those.
Okay, if you can paraphrase those, Chris, we greatly appreciate it.
Yes, I'm going to go through this as quickly as I can. Okay, the first one is from Roger Kirby, 3460 Bohicket Road. Please do not allow project as requested. The second is from Richard Fleming at 2787 Little Creek Road. There's absolutely no basis for extension of the subdivision approvals required. This massive project of 400 plus homes on low-lying areas will require extensive fill and subsequent further flooding. And it goes completely against all recent research and decisions, Dutch dialogues. We must be willing to protect our wetlands and prohibit reckless development on Johns Island and the Charleston community. Don Thompson at 39 Isle of Hope Road. Please oppose this proposed development of over 400 units. This land is too low and it is wrong to saddle our community with more housing that cannot be properly defended against rising water, excessive rainfall, and storm surge. Colin Bentley at 3450 Old Pond Road. If the City of Charleston's plan for Johns Island is another Shadow Moss flooded buyback, carry on with this plan. William Brenzer at 25 Meeting Street. I'm completely opposed to a dense subdivision in the sensitive area of Johns Island. This is an area of low elevation with significant wetlands that is very prone to flooding. Building 424 units in such an environment is completely at odds with the recommendations of the Dutch dialogues and would undoubtedly have severe adverse consequences. Please deny it. Eleanor Payne at 1050 Leonard Drive. Johns Island cannot withstand irresponsible building. It is a unique island that cannot be built up in the same way as West Ashley. City Council has already agreed that development on land 10 feet below sea level should be very limited. Please make sure builders respect the guidelines we've spent so much effort to implement. There's no reason for this extension. Susan Milliken, I would respectfully ask PC to deny the one-year subdivision concept plan approval extension of this large 205 lot subdivision on Johns Island. This concept plan is nowhere near to being adequate to begin construction or the granting of permits. It is of the utmost importance that this concept plan come under new and revised building regulations and stormwater requirements. Sea level rise and climate change is particularly impacting low-lying large rural parcels such as these on the Sea Islands, and in particular on Johns Island, where geographically this land is a location where this kind of dense single-family subdivision is of grave concern. Per the Dutch dialogue's recommendations, concept plans such as these must be reworked and reimagined. Please step out in a bold and courageous way to protect our Sea Islands and current residents on our Sea Islands by urging builders and developers to rework these large-scale subdivision plans, which are truly not recommended in these types of locations. Thank you. Okay, we have.
Mr. Morgan,
I'm sorry?
Want me to read this letter from Mr. Pena?
I'll kind of go through that and just keep going with these.
You go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so to the Planning Commission, Mr. Karish, this is from the Charleston County Aviation Authority. This letter is being submitted in reference to the one-year extension of subdivision concept plan approval for Oakville Plantation Road, American Star, Johns Island, listed on the Planning Commission agenda for June 17th. The property for proposed subdivision is located immediately adjacent to property owned by Charleston County Aviation Authority, where the authority operates and maintains the Charleston Executive Airport, JZI. On March 21st, 2020, Charleston County Aviation Authority was made aware of an unfortunate situation involving a Cessna 3101 that was substantially damaged when the aircraft was involved in a crash where the pilot was fatally injured. As a result of the crash, Charleston County Aviation Authority, working in conjunction with Charleston County Rescue and Emergency responders from the area, were required to enter Oakville Plantation Road, American Star property, in order to gain access to the site of aircraft crash for rescue purposes. Since that unfortunate incident occurred, CCAA is now concerned with the potential that it may need access to the Oakville Plantation property in the future, and as such, CCAA is evaluating the potential footprint expansion of the land at the Johns Island Airport. We felt it was important that the Planning Commission be made aware of such planning efforts by CCAA. Thank you very much for your consideration. Hernan Pena, Deputy Executive Director and COO of Charleston County Aviation Authority. Then we have a letter, a very detailed letter from Mr. Dustin, who's already spoken.
Okay.
Are we going to read through all of this?
Well, Mr. Morgan, does the letter encompass what he's already said for the record? If it basically already has been said for the record.
There's more detail in the letter than probably in what he was speaking on. It's a background on elevation flooding, background on traffic, airport proximity, ecology, and natural storm. Can you surmise it? Is there any way to do that? I'm not trying to cut anybody off, but if we have already heard from him, you tell. Yeah, it's going to be tough to do that. It's probably best I just read it, unfortunately.
Okay, all right, go ahead then. Yes, sir.
For time purposes, not because of anything else.
Christopher, I think the reading the comments is mainly to make sure people get a chance to speak and be heard. So I think that is in the record, that letter will be entered into the public record, correct?
Okay.
But he has been heard from us, and we know his position.
In the letter that wasn't necessarily in what he was speaking of verbally, but it's the commission's discretion. You'll tell me what you want to do. We also have a letter from Johns Island Task Force, which is signed with Johns Island Community Association, Johns Island Council. So 3 organizations together to the Planning Commission, respectfully submit for consideration our opposition to the proposed one-year extension of the subdivision concept plan for Oakville Plantation Road. The location of the subdivision epitomizes where development on Johns Island should not occur. Our opposition to this request is based upon 5 factors: lack of construction progress, lack of adequate access, recurring Burden Creek drainage basin flooding issues, the low elevation of the land, and safety issues related to Charleston Executive Airport. So then they go into detail on lack of construction process. 2 years since concept plan was approved, there's been no construction progress at the site. Lack of access, subdivisions never had a viable plan for adequate access to River Road, support large number of dwelling units. Burden Creek drainage basin flooding. Burden Creek drains a significant portion of Johns Island. I think we've had a good bit of discussion on that. Then we have low elevation of the land. I think there's been a good discussion of that. Less than 1% of the subdivision is above 10 feet in elevation. Dutch dialogues guiding recommendations for Johns Island are, I think we've had a good bit of discussion on that. Adjacency to Johns Island Executive Airport. In light of the recent fatal air crash, the area around the airport must have expanded safety zones which limit development. Planning Commission's disapproval of the extension of the concept plan would be a decisive action on behalf of the city of Charleston to mitigate flooding, decrease flood-related hazards, thus reducing the risk of damage to the property of existing residents and increasing the safety of the island. So we've got that. Then we have one more printed, I believe, maybe a couple more. This is from James Bishop. It says, Dear Christopher, we write to express my opinion about development on Johns Island. Building even near flood-prone areas should be forbidden. With global warming, it's just a matter of time before flood-prone areas become regularly flooded and adjacent areas become flood-prone. Hurricanes are predicted to become stronger and more frequent. Piecemeal development of Johns Island is destroying the rural aspects that made the island an attractive place to live. I recommend a moratorium on all future construction until a comprehensive master plan is developed for housing, schools, sewage, water, electricity, medical facility, parks, recreation, traffic flow, etc. Oakville is only a small piece of planning needs. Thank you. Then we have from a Glenda Miller. Yes, I'm writing to urge the commission to oppose a request from the developers of the proposed Oakville River Run subdivision because the property is located in a flood-prone area on Johns Island. I would also like to know why the city invested a significant amount of time and taxpayers' dollars in the Dutch dialogues if it has no intention of following its recommendations, particularly those related to elevation-based zoning on Johns Island. It is time to stop building on floodplains and wetlands. It is time to stop the fill and build practices on our barrier islands. It is time for the commission and city council to represent their residents and recognize the science that this is warning us of the dangers of sacrificing the land to make the developers wealthy. Thank you. Then we have, I think that's it.
That's it. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So those are all we've covered all the comments received. People have spoken.
Yes.
I don't want to exclude anybody. I'm not trying to stifle anyone. I just, for the sake of time, just want to make sure we
Yes,
covered
everyone
everyone,
who's
Chloe?
yes, everyone who signed up to speak or submitted comments prior to the noon
great.
deadline today has been heard.
Great,
And Ms.
thank you.
Jacobs has her hand raised.
Well, again, normally we'd hear from the applicant back. Ms. Jacobs, is some a question about one of the comments? Because otherwise we need to hear back from the applicant, Mr. Richardson.
No, I'm just waiting in line after the process.
Okay, so let's go to Mr. Richardson. The process would be that we hear back from the applicant to answer concerns or speak on to any one of the concerns that he's heard. Mr. Richardson, you've been very patient. And would you like to speak?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Commissioner. Just to briefly touch on a couple items. Traffic study was submitted to Traffic and Transportation and confirmed prior to the approval of this concept plan in April 2018. Most recently, the airport crash was in fact on airport property, and the Aviation Authority could not access their own property. They were, of course, granted access by Dr. Lackey, and he even drove them to the crash site on their own property for all the emergency responders to access. Any future development on this parcel would be public rights of way. And of course, they and anyone in an emergent need to access an adjacent property would have that ability. It's concerning, though, that the point needs to be made. There is a large buffer separating this property and the Aviation Authority property. This is outside of a crash zone for those who are familiar with pilot and airport terms. And so that just needs to be clarified that the airport could not reach their own property. and Dr. Lackey took the emergency responders to the crash site on their property. The rest really just refers to the process of a concept plan and gaining preliminary plat and road plan approvals through TRC. When a concept plan is devised, it has a pre-review with usually 2 to 3 reviews at TRC before it is given the technical approval to move forward for Planning Commission approval. That was done in April of 2018. The process is not over at that point. Then there is a lengthy process to go back to TRC for preliminary plat and road plans. At that time, whatever is currently approved and whatever is currently standard in zoning law and development law must be followed. Any plans on this property going forward must follow current laws. For the rest of this explanation, I will defer to Mr. Brandon Gaskins, who is the attorney. He is also a recognized presenter on this. Chloe, if you could please switch over to him, I would appreciate it.
Yes, he should be able to unmute himself and share video if he'd like.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, Commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. As Mr. Richardson said, my name is Brandon Gaskins. I'm an attorney at the law firm of Moore & Van Allen here in Charleston, and I represent the applicant, American Star Development, SC. Most of the issues that have been raised today by the opponents are the same issues that they raised in previous litigation in which they appealed this commission's approval of the concept plan. In that appeal, the circuit court addressed those issues and either rejected them or stated that these were issues that would be resolved through the normal planning process that Mr. Richardson just described. So to the extent that there are concerns about the Dutch dialogues and what stormwater requirements are going to be required, those issues will be addressed during that process. So the question presented to you today is not whether your approval in March of 2018 was appropriate. The question is should the concept plan be extended? And on that point, as a legal matter, the approval of this extension is required under the South Carolina Vested Rights Act and the applicable ordinances of the City of Charleston. The Vested Rights Act provides that an extension of a vested right in a site-specific development plan, which is what we have here, must, and I emphasize must, be approved unless an amendment to the land development ordinances or regulations has been adopted that prohibits approval. This specific language comes directly from the Act codified in section 6-29-1540 of the South Carolina Code of Laws. The statute does not allow for any other reason to deny an extension. In this case, the Planning Commission approved the concept plan on April 18, 2018, which created a 2-year vested right. Before this vested right expired, American Star timely filed for an extension in March of 2020. In the intervening 2 years, there has not been any amendment to the city's land development ordinances that would prohibit approval of the concept plan. Therefore, approval of this extension is required. Today, there have been some additional arguments raised about the applicant's delay in proceeding for a preliminary plat or preliminary development plan approval or beginning construction. And those arguments have no merit. The ordinance that was cited, 54-809 subsection 4F, does not require the applicant to submit a application for a preliminary development plan within 2 years or begin construction. That is the exact purpose of allowing for extensions. What the ordinance does provide is that the approval of a concept plan or PUD site plan results in a vested right from the date of Planning Commission approval that lasts for 2 years, plus ongoing construction that proceeds in a timely manner. The clear implication of these words is that the vested right does not expire in 2 years if construction has commenced. And then it goes on to say a lapse of 6 months or more in construction after 2 years from the date of approval will end this vested right term. But there is nothing in that ordinance that requires the applicant to submit a plan or commence construction within those 2 years, as long as they request an extension, which is what we're doing here today. So we request that you reject that argument. And also, we believe their argument and interpretation of that statute directly conflicts with the Vested Rights Act, which provides that local ordinances must provide that extensions must be granted unless there has been an amendment that prohibits approval. Here, again, there's been no amendment. And even if the section did apply, there has not been a lapse of 6 months. A lapse necessarily assumes that construction has commenced before a lapse can occur. But because construction has not began, that section that the opponents rely on has no application to this case. But even if it did, I think it's important to note that we are within that 6 month time frame. Again, the language says a lapse of 6 months or more in construction after 2 years from the date of approval will end this vested right term. Again, the concept plan was approved in April of 2018. It would expire unless extended in April of 2020. And so then you have 6 more months. And so clearly we're within those 6 months. And finally, I think this argument about delay is disingenuous and unfair. Any delay is primarily the result of the Homeowners Association's appeal of the Planning Commission's approval. Following approval of the concept plan, the HOA, the Homeowners Association, appealed to the Circuit Court, and that appeal was rejected several months later in December of 2018. At that point in time, they filed a motion for reconsideration. And that motion for reconsideration was not decided until April of 2019. So they tied up this project for an entire year. And as a result of that appeal, it stayed the Planning Commission's approval under Rule 241A of the South Carolina Appellate Court rules. And the final approval did not become effective until that appeal was resolved last April. So by extension, the vested right period would not have begun to run until the Planning Commission's approval became final. It is fundamentally unfair for the opponents to delay the project for a year with an unsuccessful appeal and then come to this Planning Commission and rely on the delay that they created as a basis for denying this extension. For these reasons, we request that the Planning Commission grant the requested extension, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Gaskins. Mr. Richardson, any last comments?
No, sir, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. That's going to close the public aspect of this item on the agenda. We'll now hear from commission members, questions, motions, comments. Chloe, you got anybody?
Charlie, this is Erica Harrison. Can we go back into executive session? All right, I'd like
Would
to
you like to make if you want to make a motion to that? Okay, Ms. Harrison's making a motion that we go back into executive session. Is there a second to that motion?
I second that motion.
Ms. Jacobs seconds the motion. I'm gonna call the roll just so we do it very quickly. Mr. Bailey?
Aye.
Ms. Harrison, obviously that's aye because you made the motion. Dr. Irons?
Aye.
Ms. Jacobs, obviously you seconded the motion. Ms. Johnson?
I'm on board. Aye.
Okay. Ms. Lampasas? Ms. Lampasas?
I'm sorry, aye.
Mr. Lassane?
I believe he had to take a work call.
Okay, Mr. Flug?
Aye.
Okay, so we have it 8, and I'm gonna vote in favor of the, executive session. So ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna tell you, we're going to executive session, and we will, reconvene hopefully shortly.
Back on.
Is everybody back? Chris, we got everybody?
Looks like it.
Okay. Is there a motion that we come out of executive session?
So moved.
Ms. Jacobs, there a second?
Second.
Call the roll. Mr. Bailey?
I approve.
Ms. Harrison?
Approve.
Dr. Irons?
Approve.
Ms. Jacobs?
Yay, in favor.
Ms. Johnson?
I in favor.
Ms. Lampazis?
I in favor.
Mr. Flug?
Favor.
Great. Mr. Lassane, I don't know if he's back with us, but regardless, I know we got a majority. I just want for the record to say that no decisions were made in executive session, no motions were made. We just got input from our attorney. Now that we're out of executive session, we've finished the public input on this item. Is there any discussion, motions, or questions from commission members?
I have a quick question for planning staff. I want to focus in on where, I know we've talked about vested rights, but the one that I'm most concerned about is section 54809 F, which is the effective period for a concept plan, because this is what was approved back in 2018. Was the concept plan? The only way we would not be able to vest or approve this reapprove this concept plan is if there was any amendment to this chapter which precludes or prohibits this plan. Is there anything or any amendments that that have been approved, and would that also include the Dutch dialogues?
Okay, you were directing that to city staff, correct? Ms. Harrison?
Yes.
Okay, so
Yes.
Dutch Dialogues was adopted by the city as a report. It was not adopted as an ordinance. We are using it to influence future ordinances, plans, things like that, but it was not adopted as an ordinance. It was not in ordinance form. It was just a series of recommendations, very good recommendations, but just a series of recommendations. So there is nothing that has really changed in reference to, you know, how this property had its concept plan approved since it had its concept plan approved as far as ordinance.
Good question, Ms. Harrison. I appreciate that. Is any other questions, comments, or motion? If not, I'm going to make a motion that we approve the one-year extension of this subdivision request. Again, I make the motion with a heavy heart. I have concerns about it. I hear everyone there. You know, we're not potted plants. We do make decisions, but unfortunately, we have to see that there was there would have been some change, as Ms. Harrison asked, and there hadn't been a change that would allow us to deny this request, and I don't know that that's there. So I'm gonna make a motion to request a one-year extension of the subdivision concept plan approval.
I'll second that motion. This is Ms. Johnson.
Ms. Lampazis has her hand raised.
Great. Ms. Lampazis?
I was going to second the motion. That's fine.
Okay. All right. Any other comments, questions? If not, any other comments? If not, we'll call for the vote and I'll read the roll. Mr. Bailey?
Ms. Harrison has her hand raised, Charlie.
Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Harrison, go ahead.
You're muted. You're muted. Ms. Harrison, you're muted.
All right. Just with that being said, because we looked, if I'm looking at this correctly, and I understand where we might be going, is that even though we are having to vest this concept plan, reapprove this concept plan, it is mainly because there has not actually been a change in the ordinance, and nor was the Dutch dialogue adopted as an ordinance in order for us to not be able to do what is mandated by our current ordinance. And so, I think that's a tough call, and we can't really make any, we can't go out on a limb and make a decision that's not based on the ordinance that's in front of us. And without any changes, I don't think we can not approve this vesting.
I'm with you, Ms. Harrison. Any other comments, questions?
Mr.
If
Bailey
not,
has his hand raised, and Ms. Jacobs
Bailey, you
has
go
her
ahead.
hand
I have one additional question for Christopher, and that has to do with what stormwater what stormwater requirements will apply if this moves forward?
It will be under the new codes because of where they are in their review process. And Mr. Richardson made reference to them having to meet the new codes for stormwater.
And it'll have to go, Christopher, to correct me, it'll have to go through where does it go from here? The TRC? Tell me where it's going.
Well, they would have to have TRC approval to begin construction on the property. In other words,
And that deals directly with the stormwater issues, correctly?
right, they will have to go through the entire stormwater permitting process.
Great. Mr. Bailey, any other questions?
Ms. Jacobs has her hand raised.
Great. If not, Ms. Jacobs?
Before we vote, and I'm sure I know how we're all going to vote, I just wanted to tell the attendees that we are listening to you, but the concept plan it's only a concept plan. It does have to go through extensive TRC review. And as they mentioned, they will be going through the new Dutch stormwater guidelines that have come out of the Dutch dialogues. Those are guidelines that are managed by the TRC. And this development plan will most likely change because of that. I just wanted to state that for the record before we voted. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jacobs. Anyone other comments, questions? If not, I'm gonna go ahead and do a roll call vote. Mr. Bailey?
I vote no.
Okay. All right, against the motion. Ms. Harrison?
Yay.
Okay. In favor of the motion, Dr. Irons?
Aye, in favor.
Okay. Ms. Jacobs?
No.
No. Ms. Johnson?
Aye, in favor.
Okay. Ms. Lampasas?
Aye, in favor.
Mr. Flug?
I'm in favor.
I don't know, Mr. Lassane, are you with us? If not, I'm assuming he's not. I'm gonna vote aye in favor for the reasons I stated when I made the motion. That being said, I guess it's 6-2, is that correct? Mr. Morgan?
Yes, sir.
Great.
In favor.
Thank you all for your patience and thank you for everyone that spoke tonight. We listened to you, we hear you, and we're going to move on to the next subdivision request, which is number 2, Broad and Barry Street, St. Mary's Field Residential Park, Peninsula, TMS number 45707-01030, 2.25 acres, 21 lots. Request subdivision concept plan approval, zone limited business. Mr. Morgan, who's doing this?
Ms. Harp?
Ms. Harp, I'm sorry. Anna Harp.
Oh, again,
calling you
we'll
from
get
that
it.
one.
We'll get it. It's okay. It's okay. This is, like you said, St. Mary's Residential and Park Concept Plan. The applicant is requesting subdivision concept plan, as you said, 2.25 acres. And they're going to subdivide it into 19 parcels. As is 21, this 19. This is property located in the corner of Berry and Broad Streets across from Sergeant Jasper. There's 19 parcels with a park that will be overlooking the harbor across Lockwood Drive. The property has received variances from the Board of Zoning Appeals zoning for setbacks and whatever they needed. There are certain grantaries on the property, and everything will have to be approved by Board of Zoning Appeals if removal is requested. We had the City of Charleston's Technical Review Committee has reviewed the subdivision concept plan for compliance with city standards. It's zone GB, general business, which allows for single-family attached residential units. The surrounding uses existing and proposed included single and multifamily residential, commercial uses, and institutional uses. Because we have 3 concept plans coming up, I will say this now. The concept plan is, maybe I should have said it for the previous item, but the concept plan only allows for the concept. It's a concept approval. After the concept plan is approved, it will come back to TRC for preliminary plat and road construction plans. That is when we get down on the nitty gritty and look at lot sizes and how the roads are going to be constructed and, you know, the fire access and all that. That will be looked at in more fine detail during the plat review, side plan, or road construction plan, which comes after the concept plan approval by the Planning Commission. The staff, after review, recommends approval. There is, Christopher, if you could please go, who's doing the slides? If you could please go to the very last slide, we recommend approval. There, as you can see, there's a property, and Sergeant Jasper is directly across the street. And we recommend approval with the condition from stormwater. And it's a very long condition, so I will just leave it up there for you to read. It has to do with the new stormwater design manual standards that go into effect. Stormwater design standards manual that goes into effect on July 1st. And if, in order for the property to be grandfathered with the previous requirements, it will have to submit a complete construction activity application prior to July 1st of 2020. So with that condition, the staff recommends approval.
Thank you, Ms. Harvey. You had mentioned that you said general business, but the brochure says limited business and what we handed out.
Let's see. I have general business on one thing, and I will go apologize if I have the wrong information. Just go ahead and I will verify for you.
Okay, so again, it is a difference, but so it's zone. What is it zone? Do you know?
Looks like it's limited business.
Limited business? I thought that's what it said. Okay, you just said general, threw me off curve, that's all.
Sorry.
Is the applicant with us?
So I've just promoted Trey Linton to panelist. And Trey, if you can let me know if I need to promote anybody else as well from the list, I'm happy to.
Yes. Good evening. Hi, my name's Trey Linton. I am a civil engineer with Forsberg Engineering, and our request is for subdivision concept plan approval of St. Mary's Field. We've submitted this project to the Technical Review Committee, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
You're okay with the conditions, Mr. Linton, that's set forth?
Yes, we are okay with the conditions. There's also a few other members of the team representing the beach company on as well. Okay. I think Dan Doyle.
Well, again, we'll hear from whoever you want us to hear from. We're not, again, it's a late hour, but we're not trying to cut anybody off. If you have somebody you want us to hear from, we'll hear from them.
Okay.
Yeah, Trey, if there's somebody else that wants to speak, just let me know. I'll bump them over to panelist.
Okay. So has anyone else, the applicant has spoken, I guess we've heard from Mr. Linton. Do we have any comments or anyone that wants to speak in favor of this application?
There is no one signed up to speak, and there were no comments submitted.
Okay. In favor or against the application, either
Correct.
way?
Yep.
Okay. Well, that makes it easy. Mr. Linton, I guess there's no comments you want to make now because there's no comments, so that's okay. With that being said, we're going to close the public aspect of this. And motions, questions, comments from commission members.
I move to approve, subject to the
Ms.
condition.
Harris, is that Ms. Harrison with conditions?
Yes, yes.
Okay, great. Ms. Harrison makes a motion to approve with conditions.
Ms.
Is there a
Lymphasis
second?
has her hand raised.
Ms. Lepsis? Great, thank you, Ms. Lepsis. Any other comments, questions? If not, we'll do a roll call vote.
Ms. Johnson has her hand raised.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Johnson, you go ahead.
My hand is raised because I'd like to speak right after this vote, please.
You want to, after the vote?
Correct, it's procedural.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to go ahead and take a roll call vote. Mr. Bailey?
Aye.
Ms. Harrison?
Aye.
Dr. Irons?
Aye in favor.
Ms. Jacobs?
Aye in favor.
Ms. Johnson?
Aye, in favor.
Ms. Lymphasis?
Aye in favor.
Mr. Flute?
Aye in favor.
And again, I'll call Mr. Lassane's name out just in case he joined us, but I'm in favor as well. So I guess that's 8 to 0, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Ms. Johnson, you wanted the floor?
I do. I was going to ask if there are any items on the agenda that can be deferred to our next meeting. We have some ordinance amendments and some different things, but it is coming up on after 9 o'clock. So just wanted to put that out there.
Yeah.
I like that comment too.
From a city staff standpoint, I think all the ordinance amendments could wait. If
Perfect.
you all want them to wait, we would like to get the subdivisions done for timeliness factors and the zonings, and I don't think we have any remaining controversial zonings.
No,
Christopher-
and we'll do the, go ahead, I'm sorry.
The ordinance amendment number 4, I was wondering if Lee is on here. That one's pretty straightforward, just updating.
That is not a controversial one. That is a pretty cut and dried, simple amendment.
Okay, let's go back. I want to go back to the agenda if we can. So we passed number 2. Can we go to number 3 on subdivisions?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Number 3 is Point Hope Parkway, First Light, PH4, Cainhoy South, TMS number 26200. I'm gonna miss a 0000008, approximately 22.9 acres, 26 lots. Request subdivision concept plan approval, zone PUD, PUD, Cainhoy. Ms. Harp, I think I got it right.
He remembered. Okay, this one is First Height Phase 4, Cainhoy. It's located in the intersection of Point Hope Parkway and 76 Drive on Cainhoy. It's a concept plan approval for 22.9 acres for 26 parcels for single-family detached homes, as well as open space, which will include a neighborhood park. Trees on the property are being evaluated on an ongoing basis based on the PUD document. The PUD is the Cainhoy South Timber, which allows for single-family detached and attached residential units. Surrounding uses include single and multifamily residential, commercial uses, and it is close to Philip Simmons Middle and High School. And it went through TRC. Everything has been approved by TRC, was reviewed for compliance, and staff recommends approval with the same stormwater condition.
Great, thank you, Ms. Harp. Is the applicant here? Do we have the applicant here to speak?
Yes, Mr. Wilcox, I've promoted you to panelists. I can promote your other team members as well if you like.
Mr. Wilcox, go ahead.
Can't hear him.
Okay, I muted him.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yep.
All right. Sorry about that. Yeah. So Wilcox, I work with Thompson Hutton. We are the civil engineer for this project. Wanted to just go ahead and thank everybody for your time and consideration. We agree with staff's recommendation, and we don't have any additional comments or anything to add at this time, but are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Do we have any comments on this? Any Positive, negative comments, Chloe?
No, nobody has signed up to speak in favor or in opposition, and there have been no comments submitted for this application.
Great, thank you. That being said, we're going to close the public aspect of this out. Comments, questions of commission members, or a motion?
We have a hand raised from Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bailey, you go ahead.
I move for approval of the staff recommendation.
With the condition?
Yes, exactly as outlined by staff.
Great, thank you, Mr. Bailey. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second it.
I'll second. Ms. Jacobs seconds the motion. Any other comments? If not, I'm going to go ahead and call the roll. Mr. Bailey, I'm assuming you're A since you made the motion.
Yes, I approve.
All right, Ms. Harrison?
Yes, approved.
Dr. Irons?
I in favor.
Ms. Jacobs?
I in favor.
Ms. Johnson?
I in favor.
Ms. Lampasas?
I in favor.
Mr. Flug?
I in favor.
And I don't know that Harry's here. If he is, he'll speak up. Otherwise, I am in favor as well, so that would be 8-0 on that one. The next item is subdivisions 4 Gadsden Street, Halston Village, Peninsula, TMS number 45703030001, approximately 0.342 acres, 6 lots. Request subdivision concept plan approval, zone single and 2-family residential, STR. Ms. Harp.
This one is the last one, and it is on the corner of Gadsden and Buffet. You probably all know this house. There used to be a home in there, so this is a redevelopment. And the request is for 6 parcels of detached and attached, existing detached homes, and the addition of new attached homes. The parcel has been approved by Board of Zoning Appeals zoning for the configuration presented on the plan. Again, TRC has reviewed the conceptual subdivision for compliance with city standards. It is zone STR, single and 2-family residential. Allows for single and 2-family, and the 2-family would be the attached homes. The concept, the same condition would apply for the staff recommendation for approval. Same stormwater condition. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Harp. Do we have the applicant here?
Yes, Mr. Andrew Todd Burke, you've been promoted to panelist. You should be able to unmute and share your video.
Yes, sir.
Good
Whenever you're
evening
ready.
again. Okay, I just wanted to thank Anna for the presentation, and the only thing I'd like to add is that we are using some green infrastructure and LID tactics for the stormwater on this site by incorporating rain barrels, rain gardens, and pervious pavers into the site. And we are not generating any new runoff from the site, and we have not connected to the city's storm drain system. And also to add that the client has been working for 2 years, plus or minus, working with the neighbors to generate support and acceptance. And we had the BZA approval unanimously, and we have a preliminary bar approval as well. And I'm here if you have any questions.
Thank you, sir. Is anyone, Chloe, that we have wants to speak in favor or in
Yes.
opposition to this?
Yes,
Go
we
ahead.
have one person, Hank Hofford. I will enable your microphone. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Mr. Hofford, how are you, sir? I hope you're doing
I'm
well.
great. Yeah, very good, thank you. And I'll leave my comments to just restate what the engineer just said. And thank you guys for all your time and effort and sticking with it and getting things going again. So I'll let it go from there. Thank you.
Mr. Hofford, it looks good on Bufane Street as well. Do we have any other comments, Chloe?
That's it.
Okay.
Bailey
No
has-
other comments. I'm assuming that we'll go ahead and close the public aspect out of this. Any questions, comments, motions of commission members?
Mr. Bailey has his hand raised.
Yes, sir, Mr. Bailey?
I move to approve as recommended by staff.
Great, thank you, sir. Is a second to the motion or any other questions, comments? If not, I'll be glad to second the motion, Mr. Bailey. I think it's a good project. It's a good infill project. I jog by there and ride my bike there all the time, so I think it's a neat project. Is any other questions or comments? If not, we'll do a roll call vote. Mr. Bailey, I'm assuming you're good on this?
Yes, I favor or approve or whatever we say.
Yep. Ms. Harrison?
In favor of the motion.
Dr. Irons?
I in favor.
Ms. Jacobs?
I in favor.
Ms. Johnson?
I in favor.
Ms. Lemphasis?
I in favor.
Mr. Flug?
In favor.
And I don't know if Mr. Lasane's here, but I'm in favor as well, so that would be 8-0. So are we gonna skip all the ordinance amendments and just go to zonings, or tell me?
But the one ordinance amendment that has a timeliness factor is the one that relates to the allowed heights for property in special flood hazard area. And that
So if we need to hear that, okay, so that's item number 4, Mr. Morgan?
I'm sorry?
Is that name number 4?
It is, and we don't, Chloe, confirming, we don't have anybody wanting to speak on that.
Okay.
Correct.
I'm gonna read this into the record. We're now in ordinance amendments to amend provision of chapter 54 of the Code of the City of Charleston zoning ordinance to amend section 54-505C pertaining to the exception for maximum allowed height for properties located in special floods hazard area within the conservation RR1, SR1, SR2, SR6, SR7, and STR zoning districts. Mr. Batchelder, is that who's going to talk to us about this?
Yes, thank you. I'll be very brief. So for homes that are constructed in flood zones, the first floor is required to be elevated to meet the flood zone elevation. A few years ago, the city adopted a 1-foot freeboard requirement, which means that the first floor has to be elevated an additional foot above the flood zone elevation. Recently, and when we did that, we amended our height regulations to allow an additional foot of height for those situations. So recently, City Council increased the freeboard requirement to 2 feet. Meaning the first floor has to be 2 feet above the flood zone elevation. And so this ordinance just simply amends our height restrictions for certain residential zoning districts to allow that additional foot of height for homes that are subject to those requirements. And the reason this is necessary tonight is that the new 2-foot freeboard requirement takes effect on July 1st. And we don't want to create a problem for homes that are subject to that new rule. So that's the reason for the rush. Thank you.
Mr. Batchelder, and it's my understanding from Chloe that no one has signed up to speak or there's no comments on this, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So that being said, we'll close the public aspect. Questions, motions of commission members? Don't
Ms.
everybody
Harrison has
jump
her
at
hand
once.
raised. Ms. Harrison.
Who is that?
Ms. Harrison.
Hey, Ms. Harrison, you go ahead.
So one quick, do we need to go ahead and make a motion to defer 1 through 3 and then move to approve number 4?
That would be helpful.
Well, we're on number 4, so I read number 4 in, so why don't we get a motion on 4 and let Mr. Morgan, should we get a motion?
I was going to do one motion.
That's fine. Why don't you do that?
So I move to defer ordinance amendments 1, 2, and 3 and move to approve number 4.
That makes good sense. Thank you, Ms. Harrison. I appreciate you doing that. Is there a second to the motion or comments?
A second.
Ms. Jacobs seconds. Further comments of commission members? If not, we'll do a roll call vote. Mr. Bailey,
I in favor.
Ms. Harrison,
Aye.
Dr. Irons,
I in favor.
Ms. Jacobs,
I in favor.
Ms. Johnson,
I in favor.
Ms. Lampasas,
I in favor.
Mr. Klug,
I in favor.
and I am in favor as well. So that's 8-0 there, that we defer those items and approve that one item number 4. Chris, can we take any of the zonings together?
Unfortunately, the way they are grouped, they
No?
can't really, but we're gonna,
Okay.
we'll fly through these. 'Cause we
Okay, all
don't-
right, let me go ahead and read them into the record. Zoning number 1 is 340.
Mr. Chairman, hold on one second. Chloe, do we have anybody who wants to speak on any of the zonings?
Yes, good question.
Which item? Which item?
So for 334 Folly Road, we have the applicant here. And we have one written comment that needs to be read into the record.
Well,
Other person is Councilmember Jackson, but she's no longer here in the
All right,
meeting.
let's
So
do this. I'm gonna go ahead and take them in order because we're gonna go through them fast. Number 1 is 340, 342 Woodland Shores Road, Woodland Shores, James Island, TMS 343 1100111, comma 112, approximately 0.07 acres, request single-family SR1, single-family residential in R4 in Charleston County.
That is correct. So it would match the zoning of the surrounding neighborhood. Here it is, midway down Woodland Shores, and it would be in line with the way we've annexed other parcels in that area.
Okay, any questions of any commission members? If not, it says a motion.
Move for approval.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, you know, instead of calling roll on all of these, unless is anybody against this one? If anybody's against it, notify me, otherwise I'm assuming it's 8-0. All in favor of this, I'm assuming is that okay, Chris, for the record?
That's fine.
Okay, so it's 8-0 that approves. Number 2 is 513 Arlington Drive, Sky Cope, West Ashley, TMS 31007-00090, going from diverse residential DR1F to zone mixed style residential M12 in Charleston County.
Okay, and
Mr.
so
Morgan?
it was M12 in Charleston County, which I believe is about 12 units an acre or so. However, in the city, it would come in as DR1F, but that matches the zoning of the property to the south and to the north and across the street. So we were comfortable with that. It is a little bit of an increase in density, but we were comfortable because it matched the surrounding area.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, is it when you say it's a little bit more density?
I believe it goes to, let me get up the number. I think it's 19.4.
Okay.
So
Okay.
it's, yeah.
A little bit more. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And no one wanted to be heard on that. Is there questions or motion from Ms. Lampasas? Did I see a hand? No?
I'll
You in
move for
favor?
approval. I'll move for
Great, Ms.
approval.
Ms. Lampasas moves for approval. Is there a second?
Second.
Who's that?
Second.
Ms. Johnson? Okay. Okay. Dr. Irons seconds the motion. Again, unless there's a concern, I'm not going to call roll. I'm going to say all in favor, signify by saying aye. If anyone's opposed, please let us know. All approved? All good?
Aye.
Great.
Aye.
Great, thank you. Number 3 is 1384 Joy Avenue, Orange Grove Estates, West Ashley, TMS 3521000015.45 acres, going from SR1, written request zoning of SR1, and it was R4 in the county. Mr. Morgan?
Correct. And R4, SR1 is how we've been zoning most of the other properties here that met the lot size minimum. And so that's the closest compatible district with the R4 in Charleston County.
Okay. Is there a motion on this?
So
Motion
moved.
on that?
So moved.
Move for
So
approval.
move, Mr. Bailey. Mr. Bailey makes a motion.
I'll second Mr.
Second.
Bailey.
By Ms. Lampasas. All in favor signify by saying aye, please. Any opposed? How about that? Any opposed? No? Okay, it's 8-0 that is approved. Number 4 is 230 Yates Avenue, Reverend Terrace, James Island, TMS 34305000042. Request zoning of single-family residential. It was same thing, R4 in the county, correct, Chris? The same as the last one?
Yes, sir. And that's how we've been bringing in these other parcels in
Okay.
over in Riverland Terrace.
Is there a motion on that?
I move for approval.
Ms. Jacobs, second. Mr. Bailey?
Sure. Second.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Anyone opposed to this? If not, we're going to say it's 8-0 on that. The vote is 8-0 and that this be passed. Number 5 is 1837 Bent Grass Court, Grimble Shores, James Island, TMS 334030023.61 acres. Request zoning of RR1. It was Special Management District S3. I've never heard of that in Charleston County. Mr. Morgan?
Yeah, that's a little bit of an unusual district. It mainly applies to this Grimble Road area of zoning. It is coming in the city as RR1, which is close to that. I think S3 is 3 units an acre, RR1 is 3.5 units an acre, but it's what we've zoned the other properties we've annexed in that area. So it's compatible with the other stuff in the city over there.
Right. Any questions to commission members or a motion?
Charlie, Councilmember Jackson, who did sign up to speak on this, has returned to the meeting. So I'm going to enable her microphone.
She's on number 6?
No, on zoning number 5, 1837 Bentgrass
Oh,
Court.
5. Okay, thank you. Yes, ma'am. Ms. Jackson then.
Thank
Councilmember
you.
Jackson.
Yes, this property will now be in District 12 for the city, and I'm proud to be the representative there. So I just wanted to lend my support to approve this zoning.
Right. Well, we know they got a good council member. We know that for sure anyway.
Thank you very much.
Anyway, is there any questions or comments of commission members? If not, make a motion. A motion to approve.
Have a good evening.
I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second it. It's Angie Johnson.
Ms. Johnson is second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Great. Any opposed? That's great. Number 6 is Nats Court, West Side Peninsula, approximately 0.10 acres. Well, that's a small piece. Diverse residential, DR2F, currently zoned, it's right away right now. City of Charleston's applicant. Chris?
I need to recuse myself.
Is that Mr. Flug?
Yes.
Yes. Okay,
Okay,
I'm
great.
removing you from the meeting, and Philip will let you know when you can return.
Thanks.
For the record, Mr. Flug has reclused himself.
Okay. And this is the area where the city's been working on some affordable housing, and there's some reconfigurations that have had to go on over here with access and lot lines, things like that. And right now, this has been unzoned right of way, and that's why it's up for zoning. It's never had a zoning designated for it. And our legal folks want it to be zoned the way the surrounding properties are, which would be the DR2F.
Right, that makes sense. Any questions, comments, motions of commission members?
Move to approve.
Or second.
Ms. Jacobs makes a motion, Mr. Bailey seconds, I believe. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And now we're at number 7, which is 334 Folly Road, Dogwood Park, James Island, TMS 42405000030, 0.39 acres, request zoning of GB and Folly Road overlay. It was zoned Folly Road Corridor Overlay District in Charleston County. Mr. Morgan? And I think someone's here to be heard on this applicant, correct?
This is a gas station, an existing gas station at the corner of Tatum and Folly Road. It's going to be redeveloped for a new gas station. The owner can speak to that redevelopment that's pending. It's also going to involve an adjoining parcel that's already in the city, but it should be a good improvement for this section of Folly Road. This is a fairly dilapidated structure that's in place at present. And staff is comfortable with adding GB here since it's surrounded by GB on 3 sides.
And you said the applicant is here, Chloe?
Yes, they both should have have access to unmute themselves and share video if they'd like this time.
Go ahead, folks, we're with you.
Did they not hold out?
And Mr. Jordan and Watkins, you both
Can you
should
hear me
have-
now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm Mark Jordan with Refuel, founder and president of Refuel. I'm just here to answer any questions. This is part of an effort to join 4 properties, one behind the gas station and several next to it, and build something similar to what we did on Daniel Island 4 years ago. So I'm just here to answer any questions if you have any. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Thank you for your patience and being with us this long evening.
Thank you too.
So, is there any questions of commission members or a motion?
Charlie, we have a written comment that needs to be read into the record. Christopher?
Yes, ma'am. You go ahead.
Yes. Let me get to that. Chloe, I'm not seeing that. I'm sorry. Oh, hold on one second. Hold on one second. Let's see.
While you're finding that, Councilmember Jackson also signed up to speak on this.
Okay, I don't see the comment, Chloe.
Okay.
Who was
Do we
that?
want to hear from Councilmember Jackson now, if we can?
Charlie, I can read the comment because I found it if you want me to read it for the record.
Okay, well, let's hear from Councilmember Jackson
Okay,
first. if
but
we
I found
can.
it if you want me to do that.
Okay.
Yes,
Councilmember Jackson.
thank you, Chairman. I'm here as an enthusiastic representative of the city on the Folly Road, Rethink Folly Road Steering Committee. And so I'm very pleased, and I know that Councilmember Appel joins me in being very happy that this property will be undergoing redevelopment, not only for what will be but also because during that process, we will be gaining another section of multi-use path to achieve the vision of the Folly Road improvements.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Donna, you want to read, you have that in front of you? You want to read that?
Yes, it's from a Susan Milliken. It says, please relay to the Planning Commission that I oppose the upzoning in conjunction with an annexation. Please rezone this property limited business, which is what neighboring properties are currently zoned, due to its proximity to an established single-family neighborhood and the proximity to the historic McLeod property, which has become a Charleston County Park and Interpretive Center. It is timely and appropriate to take this opportunity to zone this particular parcel limited business, as the property next door is limited business and was recently upzoned to limited business.
No, we don't have the applicant here. The applicant's not with us. Is that correct?
No, Mr. Jordan is. He is, but that statement is not entirely correct because as you look at this map in front of you, it's the corner property that's coming in the city. To the rear of it is a property zoned general business already in the city, and to the south of it is a property already zoned general business in the city. And across the street, across Folly Road, all those properties are zoned general business as well.
Okay. Well, I just want to give the owner an opportunity to speak if he wanted to. I'm not telling you, but unless there's a question of commission members or a concern of commission members. Does any commission member want to speak?
Sorry. Sorry, Charlie.
Go ahead, Eric.
Just in response to that too, because of the Folly Road overlay itself that the city has adopted, there is also a limitation in uses and density. So, you know, this is highly, it's appropriate is what I would like to say.
Would you like to make a motion to approve it?
I'll make a motion for approval.
And I'll second the motion.
Great. Ms. Harrison moves for approval. Ms. Jacobs seconds. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Is there anyone opposed, just so we get the record correct, is anyone opposed to this zoning? If not, it's approved 8-0. We've already approved item number 8. Can we approve the minutes? It's a
I move for
formality, but-
approval. I move for approval of the minutes.
Ms. Jacobs moves for approval of the minutes. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Bailey, is that you? Great. Okay. Dr. Irons? Great. Thank you. Any questions? If not, can I ask all in favor signify by saying aye?
Aye.
Anyone opposed to the minutes being approved? I hope not. Anyway, and we got one last item, election of chair and vice chair. I know it's late. Do we want to do this now? Do we need to do this now, Chris? Should we wait till next meeting when Mr. Lane's here? You tell me.
If you wanted to.
Can we wait till next meeting? Is that good with you all? Can we get a motion that we defer that?
I'll move for deferral.
Hey, all in favor, let's say Donna and Ms. Johnson. I'm gonna say Donna makes a motion, Ms. Johnson seconds. All in favor of deferral, signify by saying aye. Anyone opposed? You know, I appreciate everyone's patience today. If y'all were here, I'd buy you a beer, but you're not here, so that's good. I'll drink the beer myself. But is there a motion to dismiss this meeting?
I move
Motion by
that
Ms. Johnson, Ms. Jacobs seconds. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I figured that'd be unanimous. Thanks, everybody, for their time. I appreciate it.
Good night.
Have a good night.
Have a good night.